sadness, not much grief upon your face. You look into the mirror, there's a stake driven right through your heart, and there's the blood. Welcome to the Monster Club. Oh yeah! Welcome to the Monster Club. Welcome to the Monster Club. Monster Club, baby. Take a seat. Welcome to the Monster Club. The club. The club. The club. The club. Every night on the streets, when all the people are fast asleep, from every corner creeps the shape of something you wouldn't like to meet. Monsters rule, okay. Monsters rule, okay. Monsters rule, okay. Another sinister night, another vampire girl to give me hot love bites. Down at the Monster Club, a zombie and a ghoul can do the monster dub. Monsters rule, okay. Monsters rule, okay. Monsters rule, okay.
You know, there's always something fun about the stereotypical cheesy vampire costume.
Oh, yes.
Like the ones you can buy at the store, or that classic, cliche image of Dracula. But boy, they make some great comedies out of that stuff. And
absolutely.
Yeah, so very surprised, and very nice violin music. I love the violin.
Oh,
Is
yes.
there a black metal band with violin in it?
I'm sure there is somewhere.
Well, there
There's
is,
got to
but
be.
it's not what you'd think, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, great conditions tonight with tonight's movie. Keep it coming. And, of course, there's going to be some special events. Days of the Dead, I believe, will be up there. You know the date? They don't know the date. I don't know the date. Who cares? Days of the Dead, May. Look it up. Google search it. Whatever. We're going to be there with Twisted Dreams, Milwaukee Twisted Dreams Film Festival. And myself will be there for the weekend with a very special booth. You can come by, say hi, get an autograph.
Are you an inventor?
Hi. Welcome to Community Update, Digest, Journal, whatever this is, Social Relevancy Hour, here on CPN. Glad you could join us tonight, folks. I'm your host for this new show. My name's A. Ghastly Ghoul. I'm a concerned pillar, caterpillar of the community. I'm a keystone citizen, fine, upright, and moral guiding influence in our community. Anyway, our subject tonight, folks, censorship. An important topic. Hey, don't switch. Say right. Censorship, folks. An important topic. You know, we've got books behind us here on these shows. Well, all these talking head shows do, for a reason. Because books, folks, are one of the keystones, the pillars, the caterpillar, well, you know, all that stuff of our community. And without books, where would we be? We'd have no movies. So that's an important thing in itself. But, you know, every year, folks, there's a book burning that takes place at least once a year here. A certain church, we won't mention the name because they don't burn down a studio or something probably. But they do. They burn books in this place, and we only have one thing to say to those people. I mean, books, folks, they're not harmful unless I was to slap it upside your ignorant fascist head, maybe teach you a lesson or two. But anyway, I digress. We had a guest that was going to be here tonight, the Mr. Kozlowski, the superintendent of our schools here, but he took one look at me and chickened out. So we're going to talk about censorship anyway, folks. In our schools, actually, they're taking books off shelves in the libraries so our children can't see such classics as this that we all grew up with, a fine family classic, Tom Sawyer, written by, is it Mark Summers, I think it is, Mark Spitz, I don't know, Mark Twain. Anyway, it's a classic I'm sure we all enjoyed when we were children, you know, on the Disney Channel or something. But I'd like to read you a passage out of this book just to show you what fine, charming family entertainment here that they're trying to censor. This is a book that I'd actually like to have out. You get the idea. Anyway, just like to read a passage at random here, this heartwarming family classic. And Tom, taking the willowy whip in his hand, set off fishing with his bamboo pole. Whereupon he met Becky Thatcher, and thrusting again and again in her... What? Somebody's glued something in here. Well, come on, cut. It's not glued. It was stuck together. Ew. I didn't want to community my... Yeah, public service this. Come on. Give me my set back. This just isn't me. Well, I'll tape soccer games. I don't care, but I just can't cut this. Okay? All right. What? You censored me, didn't you? Well, what if, okay, say, here's an example of censorship. What if, say, our producer here, our programming director, Dennis Mutter, was to be in school and he was flunking a class. And what would that make his teacher? A Mutter flunker. A Mutter. You censored that too, didn't you? Bastards. You know, people are starting to recognize me now. No, it's not nice either. It's embarrassing. Hey, how you guys doing? Welcome back to the Ghastly Movie Show. I'm your host, A. Ghastly Ghoul, of course. Stupid name, I know, but it's still better than Harry Pitts. There's a name that stinks. Anyway, glad you stuck around here. It's the second, third, something like that show of our big season. We have a new segment here for you. We'd like to do the 1 second, 1 word movie review. This week, we're reviewing the new film, Dracula, Bram Stoker's Dracula, of course, the Francis Ford Coppola version. We just have 1 word review for that. The Dracula, it sucks. You're right, it's 2 words. It sucks. Okay, just sucks. Put that on there. How about that? Big ad. Dracula, sucks. Right under it. I know, it's pitiful. Anyway, if you'd like to be a writer on the show, please give me a call right in here, 4156 Little York Road. Send me your jokes. I mean, we're hurting, folks. You can say we're second year. We're pretty much scraping bottom. You want to be a guest on here or something? Come on, help us out. Back right after this. And now a message from Encyclopedia Britannica.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Hi. I know what you're thinking.
What am I thinking?
You're thinking not that a little annoying prick from Encyclopedia Britannica again.
That's right. I was thinking not that annoying little prick from Encyclopedia Britannica again.
Well, yes, it's me again, and I'm here to tell you why you need Encyclopedia Britannica.
He's here to tell you why you need Encyclopedia Britannica.
Isn't it time for that toll-free number yet?
Isn't it time for that toll-free number yet?
That's Bob, our TV producer.
Hi, I'm Bob, your TV producer.
He also does a voiceover. We like to make him feel important.
I'm doing a voiceover, and I feel very important.
Anyways, I'm here to tell you why you need Encyclopedia Britannica.
He's here to tell you why you need Encyclopedia Britannica.
Bob, do you know what an idiot is?
Bob, do you know what an idiot is?
Idiot, noun, somebody who will repeat anything that's said to them.
Idiot, noun, someone who repeats anything that's said to them.
You know, they wanted me to be annoying and sell encyclopedias. They thought it'd be cute if I get them. You know, you want annoying? Here's annoying. How about TV producer? TV producer, noun. Somebody not talented enough to be in front of the camera. Okay, let's do voiceover. Voiceover. Somebody who's too ugly to be in front of the camera. How's that? And let's do cable access. Cable access. It just says loser. Loser. That's what it says. Loser.
Kid, could you take a look at page 32 in the fine Encyclopedia Britannica? Look up the word contusion.
Contusion. Noun. The injury sustained by being hit in the head with a blunt object.
That's absolutely right. And it got busted. Never happened to me. It got busted. Oh, poor Danny. Idiot. Someone who will repeat anything someone says. All right.
down there. Stay down there. I know. Just... How you guys doing? It's a little embarrassing situation. Be back right after this.
What's the matter? Why you quit? You went straight to solitaire. Why must you my fucking day?
Now, boys and girls.
Yeah, what's up?
We are going to have a little entertainment.
My old man was a bread stasher all his life. He never got fat. He wound up with a used car, a 17-inch screen, and arthritis. Tamara is a drag, man. Tamara is a king-size bus. They cry, put down pot, don't think a lot. For what? Time, how much, and what to do with it. Sleep, man, and you might wake up digging the whole human race, giving itself 3 days to get out. Tomorrow is a drag top. The future is a flake. I had a canary who couldn't sing. I had a cat that let me share my pad with her. I bought a dog that killed the cat that ate the canary. What is truth? I had an uncle with an Ivy League heart. He had life with a belt in the back. He had a button-down brain, wind up, a belt in the mouth, and a button-down lip. We cost blood on this earth. Now there's a race for space. We can cost blood on the moon soon. Tamara is Dragsville Cats. Tamara is a king-size drag. Tula fast short, swing with a gassy chick, turn on to 1,000 joys, smile on what happened or check what's going to happen, you'll miss what's happening. Turn your eyes inside and dig the vacuum. Tamara drag.
And now we will have little Percy.
I got a 46-foot long, double-wide motherfucker behind me. And I'm hauling ass. Cause I got me a trailer gonna go down south, gonna do the things you only dreamed about. Riding south down 35, I'll be damn lucky if I make it alive. Gotta go, I'm diesel down. Got me a trailer, ain't fucking around. There's a whole lot of things that are bugging me, but it makes no difference now. I see I'm gonna find me a little stretch of land. Set my trailer on the next sales. Gonna find little mama walking down the line. Got me a trailer, so I pass on by. I'm rolling down there on the road. 110 with a wide load. Leave my troubles far behind. If it doesn't keep pushing on down that line, there's a whole lot of business in this big world.
Hi kids, and welcome to Hack's Horror Show. We got a very special episode because it's always special on Hack's Horror Show. Now before we get into tonight's movie or music video, let's take you back to a segment that I always loved. Science Time! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Fuck it. Oh, yeah, kids, I could be right back. I'm dealing with something, I owed somebody some money and they come over here and I wasn't done making what I needed to make. Well, fuck, looks like I died. Oh well, let's go ahead and get into tonight's music video. Is so fucking badass. I'm gonna show you 2 songs by the same fucking people because they rock that hard. I know you're gonna love them. Check it out. First time ever on Hacks Horror Show.
this emptiness, it plagues me out now. I confess my misery. I sleep inside, though I can't hide. I can't say, I really can't say what we are. Waking up every time there's a war, we're going to build rivals. Wait and see, everything that we breathe is going for survival. The air is going viral. Though I sleep inside, there is nowhere to run nor hide from the promises I made yesterday, to the problems I kept anyway. Still lying hunched the butterfly. The children, they starve and they die. Waking up high in the loud. Waking up every time there's a war, we're going to build rivals. Wait and see, everything that we breathe is going for survival. The air is going viral.
Tonight's movie is something fucking special because we're showing, by God, one of the coolest movies ever. Yes, that's right, White Zombie.
In a previous video, we talked about DATV a little bit, and I showed you one of the ways of how you can get involved at DATV through one of the workshops, and that was the field production class. Another way of getting involved at DATV is through the studio production workshop. And in that workshop, you'll learn how to operate this.
Oh, hey, how you doing, Joe?
Hey, Charlie.
What are you doing here?
I'm here for the new Mondo movie, the episode coming out.
Oh yeah, here's the special event. I'm not sure why it's so special, but Chronicle is happy to get the scoop. I see the planets going
Planets
on.
representing.
I guess it's you and me, right?
Yeah, let's go
I guess
in.
they got the new Team Void mugs. I'm not sure. I guess it's part of the show.
Right, yeah. Here, there's a partnership brewing up between Iris and Retina and Team Void.
Yeah, that's crazy. Got a lot of questions to ask them, and let's go on in. Yeah, let's see what they got. Right. Oh,
Right up front, you have questions, okay?
Hey, thanks everybody for coming out. Make yourselves comfortable. We're going to be taking some questions. Of course, I'm Retina. This is Iris. We're from Mondo Smash A Go-Go. Movies is our thing, and it's from our living room to yours. Okay, we're going to take some questions from the press here. All right. Do you see anybody you want to talk to?
Yeah, let's go. See right here in front? Yes, sir. Yeah, oh, me? Okay, yeah. Hey, I'm Charlie Prescott with Planet. Okay. Iris, what makes this episode so special? What is so special about this is that we're going to show everybody our favorite show.
Frankenstein meets a space monster. It's
That's
one of
right.
our favorite B movies. Yeah.
Right.
Frankenstein meets a space monster.
And we're going
tonight.
to have a special dance show with Stacey Adams.
Stacey Adams.
And the Rockabilly Boys.
That's right. They're coming all the way from Las Vegas from 1965 to show you guys how to dance, do the pony, do the jerk, do the monkey, and also do the swim.
So special of that, we'll be seeing people at the poolside to bring you from this Thanksgiving holiday into the fun at the poolside. Oh, okay.
Stacey Adams. Awesome.
And the Rockabilly Boys. Oh boy, that's going to be a fun dance part. But another third most special thing is that you're going to have a special guest, Team Void Luchas, bringing their own style of lucha rock and roll to this movie. So you're going to see some really great edits that Retina brought in for you guys. It's some special treats from our living room to yours for this episode. Teaming up with the Team Void. Okay. All right, Iris. That sounds pretty crazy cool.
Yeah, speaking of that, they have 4 songs instead of the Poets and the Distant Cousins that were in the original movie. Now Team Void has taken 4 of their hits from 4 of their LPs. Gone with the Werewolves, Curse the Rock the Living, Robot Killer, to name a few. But anyway, more about Team Void later.
Yeah, we're going to talk to them about it.
Anything else? Anybody else out there? Okay, yeah, you. Yeah, from the Chronicle. Yeah, Joe, go ahead. Joe News here with the Chronicle. I was just wondering, Retina, who's in the movie? Oh, okay, well, who's in the movie? Well, it's amazing who's in this movie. I think that's why I love this movie, and Iris loves this movie.
The cast is deep.
It's so deep. Starting with the lead role, Adam Steele. He is played by one of the greatest actors of all time. His name is James Karen. You've probably seen him in Poltergeist.
Or Return of the Living Dead.
That's true.
And many more. He's a big actor.
Yeah, he's awesome, and he plays Adam Steele, which is, one of our main characters in the story. Also, you'll be seeing
Nancy Marshall.
Nancy Marshall.
She's a scientist on the side, and they kind of develop the Frankenstein monster.
That's right, and she's really awesome in this movie. She's done a lot of TV work and a lot of movie work, and also we've got Frank, who's Robert Riley. Robert Riley, kind of did some Shakespeare in his early days, and then he was in TV with E.G. Marshall in The Defenders. It was a television show about lawyers. It was like one of its first of its kind, but Robert Riley does a great job in the movie, and also.
Well, you have the other pair that you could look at, the nemesis. You have.
Princess.
Yes.
The Princess of the Martians.
She had a huge career.
Oh, yes.
Lots of fun in the brain that wouldn't die is a nice appearance. You would see her upon 1959 Playboy edition.
That's right. She was one of the biggest
Marilyn,
Playboy.
she was the centerfold of that year.
Playboy pinups in
started
1959.
a huge modeling career.
That's right.
And TV film, she was really rocking it out beside Bruce Glover, who was also, so that's the pair that's like the ones that you're going to see, the bad guys.
Also, Luke Cottell was right by him, and you'll remember him in Pee-wee's Big Adventure as the Amazing Larry.
Yeah.
Do you have, you want to share this with everybody, Amazing Larry? But anyway.
Yeah, so that's some of the people
some of the cast, and like Elle said, the biggest thing I got a kick out of was Bruce Glover's in the movie. Bruce Glover is a great actor that you may have seen in Walking Tall. Also, he was one of the villains, Mr. Wint, in Diamonds Are Forever. And he's done a lot of TV shows, and he's also the father of Crispin Glover. You guys can see the similarities in the way they look, also in the way of their acting style. And also in Frankenstein Meets the Space Monster, not only does he play the lead crew member, but also he's uncredited as playing Maul, the space monster. He plays Maul. Yeah, so he plays 2 roles in this movie, so I really got a kick out of that. So, I guess you took out the poets and the distant cousins from this movie. Yeah. And like we said before, we're going to have Teen Boy, replacing some of the soundtrack. We did have the poets in there, and also the distant cousins. That's the way it's got to be.
Songs are being replaced to give it a new mood.
But anyway, we replaced it so that we would get kind of a more sci-fi, kind of secret agent, kind of lucha feel with our friends, the Tampa Police Rock and Roll Teen Boy. And who is this Teen Boy? El Muerto, Infinity on bass, and Johnny X on the drums. Muerto plays guitar, you know that. But anyway, but that's just a little bit about the movie and how you're going to see it tonight. That's why it's so special. That's why we have all you guys out here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
One more question.
Okay, we have one more.
One more question. Okay.
Okay, so I have one more question. Why do we only see you guys' show once a month?
Yeah, what's up with that? You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's funny that you asked. We do this only just once a month. Well, really, it's because we're so shy.
Okay.
Uh-oh, wait, it froze. What's going on? Iris and Retina froze. I don't see. Do you see them moving? They're not even breathing. Uh-oh. Let's go to the movie and we'll go get
We continue to hear modulated hydrogen frequency signal of 21 centimeters, Princess.
What does that mean?
We're not quite certain, Princess, but it is definitely the same signal we have been following since we left our planet. The source of the signals is the planet that we are observing on the telescanner now. These transmissions indicate some intelligent life.
Let us move in for a closer look.
The spectrographic probe indicates that the atmosphere is suitable to sustain us.
Prepare for a landing. We will see. Instruct the landing party to wear pressure suits and breathing apparatus.
Aha! They have launched a missile attack. It may be aimed at us.
Destroy the missile.
Yes, Princess. Focus full force field at 090 degrees, range 700. And now, maximum energy.
What do we do if this guy fouls up today, Professor Steele?
General, we've checked everything out. I'm absolutely confident that nothing can go wrong.
I hope so. Now, we'll have to try it your way. We've already lost 3 boosters in a row. How are you doing, Miss Grant? How much longer before we reach the Space Center, Sergeant?
About 5 minutes, sir. going to be late with the story, but the latest word is that there's going to be a new man. I'm hanging up. They just walked in. General, sir, is it true that we heard that there's going to be a new man chosen?
Gentlemen, take your seats. Gentlemen, please take your seats and the press conference will begin. Thank you, thank you. Gentlemen, we have just returned from our last meeting with our science advisors, and I'm happy to report that the launch is ready to go on schedule. The countdown will begin at 0800 tomorrow. And now, gentlemen, I want to introduce the astronaut chosen for this mission, Colonel Frank Saunders. Colonel Saunders will answer any questions that you might have. Frank?
Dr. Steele is an optimist. What he means is I'll try to answer your questions.
Colonel, aren't you just a little concerned about making a trip of 49 million miles alone? And when you do get to Mars, do you still expect to be alone, or do you expect to find other life?
I'm completely trained and ready for this mission. I'm not concerned. Now, fear is either physiological or the result of ignorance and superstition. I'm in good physical condition, and I haven't had the time to get superstitious. On the basis of all available data, it would be impossible to determine conclusively whether or not there is life on Mars. That's one of the things I expect to find out.
Colonel, we understand that the radio telescope located on the Downrange Island complex has been receiving signals in answer to their transmissions, which may be from either another civilization or from a space vehicle itself.
These signals could come from several sources. There's been no official agreement as to their origin, nor has there been anything to prove that they were sent by other intelligent beings.
Colonel, how did you get picked for this project? Aren't there more experienced astronauts available?
My career in the military prior to this mission was in test flight operations. Now, as I understand it, all the data on available test pilots was fed into a computer, and the results seem to indicate that I am the most likely candidate. Of course, I'm proud and happy to have been chosen, but I make it a rule never to question the decisions of my superiors.
Colonel, I've been covering the space program for quite a long time, yet prior to the day, I never even heard of you. How do you explain that?
I guess I'm the shy type.
Colonel? Colonel?
Gentlemen, the Colonel wasn't kidding. He really is shy. Well, it's been a long day and we're all rather tired.
Gentlemen, this press conference is concluded. Let's all clear the room now. Drinks at the office club are on me.
That's a good idea.
Plenty of phones there, too.
Yeah. Prepare for examination. Gloves. Quickly. Karen, get me the silica gel. I'm afraid we've still got a problem with the humidity in this atmosphere.
Dr. Steele, I've been against this project from the beginning.
I know you have, and I know that you are not alone.
You have friends in high places, and science is supposed to have all the answers. But this has got to work. If it fails, I assure you, you won't have any friends, and I'm not going to take a fall.
It's not going to fail, not after we've come this far. We have here, for all practical purposes, a normal human being created out of normal parts, transplanted, except for his synthetic skin and the electronic sensory control system, of course. But the significant factor here is that we can control him with this simple mechanism. His brain can record the data that we need and transmit it to us.
He's a remarkable creation, all right. I don't understand why. We have plenty of men, good men, who are willing to risk their lives in space exploration.
Exactly, risk their lives. Well, why risk one? We can learn all we need to know about extended space travel without the loss of a solitary life. That's the whole point, General. Besides that, we don't have to contend with the possibility of human error.
And that's fine, Steele. But what if the machine breaks? Or something goes wrong with his brain?
Great day for the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen.
Beautiful, Adam. Let's hope your creation doesn't fall apart.
Still got a few miles to go, General. The Earthship has just been launched and is headed directly toward our sector.
Do you suppose that they have seen us at this altitude, Dr. Nadir?
The probability is low, Princess. We have kept our anti-radar detection at full force.
Let us not take any chances. Commence attack plan on the Earthship.
Yes, Princess. Focus full force field at 090 degrees, range 700.
We did it, Adam. We've proven again that science and the military can accomplish the impossible.
And now, maximum energy.
Great American space. Culmination. There seems to be something wrong here. We have lost the picture portion of our program.
Mr. General Bowers. What's going on? Clear all frequencies from further traffic.
Yes, Colonel.
Mayflower 2, Mayflower 2, this is General Bowers. Over.
This is Mayflower 2. Malfunction in all electrical systems. Request permission to abort. Rocket out of control. All systems, no go. I repeat, all systems, no go.
Use emergency escape equipment. Over. Mayflower 2, Mayflower 2.
Earthship pilot has ejected.
Pilot? They have pilots on their missiles? You fool! That obviously was not a missile, but a spaceship. If they have sighted us, all of our plans will be endangered.
We have lost him.
Find him. Find him and destroy.
We must land immediately. Stations for landing. Fire retro rockets. Activate pressure equalizer. Landing pods down.
Come on, baby, let's do the twist. Come on, baby, let's do the twist. We're gonna twist and twist and twist it, and it goes like this. Yeah, twist, round and around and around. Yeah, baby, twist. Ooh, come on, baby, let's do the twist. We're gonna twist and twist and twist it, and it goes like this. Giddy up, 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 giddy up. Oh, it's monkey time. Come on, everybody, come on in. Stacy's gonna teach you how to do the swim. Let's swim, baby, do the swim.
The electronic sensor indicates the patrolmen in the vicinity. They should return momentarily. Shall I initiate preliminary pre-takeoff procedures?
Wait until they return. Then we will initiate takeoff procedures and proceed with the optimum pollinization study as scheduled.
Very well, Princess. I'll notify the crew. If we resume operations today, we will not have lost much time.
What has happened here?
We found him in this condition, Your Highness. There was no sign of the fugitive astronaut. We returned immediately with our comrade to receive further orders.
He seems alive.
He is alive, Your Highness, but badly wounded. He will require immediate treatment.
Is he able to talk? We must know if he is able to talk. We must know if the fugitive has escaped.
He is unconscious. But from what he told us, it would seem that the fugitive was badly wounded and has little chance of escape.
If he was so badly wounded, how could he have attacked our patrolmen? Did you search the area? Did you see anyone? Was there no sign of life anywhere?
Enough, Nadia. This is a clear case of failure. If the fugitive was able to inflict such damage on the patrol, he may be capable of escape.
But that can ruin our plans. We cannot complete phase 1 of our survey or any part of our plans if we are detected.
This is absurd. After all the reconnaissance work we have completed without successful detection, now to be forced into this position. In the past, we have always dealt with intruders easily. But now, so close to success, to have this happen.
What are your orders, Princess? Shall we call in the rest of the patrols and take off?
We cannot. We must commence phase 2 immediately.
But we have not completed the survey yet. What if this area does not prove?
We have no choice. I will talk to our men on the communicator.
May we take this man in for treatment now, Princess?
No. We will make an example of him. There can be no more failures. Bring him to Mull.
go. If your baby wants a lolly, buy a one or even two. And got that choice. There is one thing you can do. Put your arms around her. Hold her oh so. Give her That's where you get me the game. That's where you get yourself a double feature. Moving pigs go.
The communicator is ready, Princess. The men are alerted and waiting your words.
Of course, you all know why we left our planet home so suddenly. As a result of the recent atomic war, it was determined unfit for further habitation, at least until the radiation level decreases. You can consider yourselves fortunate to have been chosen for this crew. In case you don't know how fortunate you are, I will let Dr. Nadir tell you what is happening to those left behind.
The lucky ones are dead. Of the others, some will go mad. The others will slowly rot away and die in gradual agony. We have won the war. We are the sole survivors. It belongs to us. But it means that we are extinct as a race, unless, of course, we can find some good breeding stock and repopulate our planet.
We have won the war, but we have no women. We have come here to this planet for one purpose only, to acquire breeding stock to repopulate our planet. We have been placed in danger of detection by the recent failure of one of our patrols. And as a consequence, we must immediately begin phase 2 of our plan, capture of the Earthwomen.
There it is again.
Lost him.
Sorry.
I don't know why we're doing all this.
Well, it could be him. He could be out there somewhere, wandering around, hurt.
You mean defective, inoperative?
I know he's not human, but he's capable of experiencing pain. He could be suffering.
What we've been picking up could be normal electronic interference from any number of possible sources.
Our last contact was at liftoff plus 202. At that point, he'd already been traveling 1,500 miles. None of the downrange picket ships or island stations have reported any contact. The odds are 1,000,000 to 1 you'll never see your boy again. Let's all get some sleep so we can write a good report in the morning.
What if everything except the energy level, all the data communication, all the electronic memory were destroyed?
Well, then he'd be a blank. An astro-robot without a control system. Oh, he could feel and experience things, but he wouldn't know anything.
His instinct would be to try to connect with his master control. Of course, we don't know how much damage has been done to the physical machinery, but he wouldn't know where to go. He might wander for days, mobile but aimless.
What would he do?
I don't know. It would depend on what had happened to him. If he'd had any bad experiences, he might react violently out of his built-in self-preservation unit. Anything
could happen.
What you're saying is that he could turn into a Frankenstein.
General Bowers.
Bowers, I may file missing astronaut.
Is there positive identification?
Murder about an hour ago.
Let me know when anything more comes in.
Plane will be waiting.
Right. They found the capsule in Puerto Rico. There was no one in it. We've also gotten reports that there was some violence in the area by someone who they said was wearing something that looked like a spacesuit.
Those signals must be Frank after all. But what are those reports of violence?
Just a moment. The reports are incomplete. We'll have more details when we get to the airport. We're leaving for San Juan tonight.
Yes, Princess.
Bring the captive girl in. I want to inspect her myself.
Yes, Princess.
I understand that this is a good specimen, Nadia. I hope so. We have no more time for failures.
I saw her myself. I feel you will be pleased, Princess.
Come toward me. Now, move back. Turn around. Raise your arms to your side. Now, over your head. Now, lower your arms. Very good. We have done well, Nadia.
I am pleased, Princess. You are satisfied.
I will be satisfied when we have enough more like her to commence phase 3. Place all available men into this operation commencing at 1800 hours.
As you remember, we found the car in the trees, parked, apparently unmolested. Picnickers were over here. But the most interesting thing we found was over here.
Dr. Steele, I'd like you to explain this to me.
It's like the sort of specimens we picked up around Los Alamos.
May I use your radio to call headquarters? I want to advise defense to take this matter under our sole supervision.
It is radioactive. But Adam, what is it?
Well, it was sand. Now it's glass, fused together by some enormous concentrated heat. But what I can't understand is what that has to do with Frank.
It couldn't have anything to do with Frank, Adam.
I have a hunch we're going to find him somewhere down here.
We'll have the situation under control soon. We've spotted that creation of yours. If he gives us any trouble, we'll bring you back the pieces.
Adam, Frank has become so real to me that I can't bear the thought of his being hurt. Please, let's just get started.
Karen, nobody's going to destroy 10 years of my life's work. Hop on. This way. The signal's very strong now. Wait a minute. Should be right down there. Come on. That's where he's got to be.
Look, there's a cave here.
Frank. Frank, can you hear me? Frank, can you hear me? Frank, put your hands down. Down. Hands down, Frank. That's right. That's right, Frank. Okay. Put him down. Put him down gently.
It's horrible, Adam.
Looks worse than it is. Remember, he's a robot, not a man, Karen.
I know. This is the wrong place. I'm sorry.
Thank you. You'd better get started back before it gets dark. I'll stay here and try to finish repairing Frank. Tell General Bowers that we've got to have some men.
I'd rather stay with you, Adam.
You've got to go and get the help, Karen.
All right. Goodbye, Adam.
Fellow Martians, as your princess, I let you know that we must rebuild our society. We are very small in numbers now, and I feel we need more entertainers. Do you have them up on the radar? You know who I'm looking for. Dayton, Ohio horror hosts, Iris and Retina.
I have them on the radar, Princess.
Tell me, what are their coordinates? Send me my lieutenant.
Reporting to you, my princess. We have Iris and Retina on the radar.
Excellent. Good hunting. Bring me Iris and Retina.
Your will is our command.
For Mars! And the love of movies. Go, Lieutenant. Capture Iris and Retina.
Let us go within and observe the purification. I am sure you will enjoy seeing what we have set up.
Everything under control, Nadia?
Our electronic purification is going smoothly, and our inspection has revealed no problems thus far.
Yes? We found this device on one of the captives.
Bring her to me at once. This is a very advanced-looking mechanism for the society. What is this device? What is your purpose here?
We have no time. You must answer. I warn you. Very well. I will force you to talk. Nadia, put her in the cage next to Mo. You have only a very few minutes to decide, my dear.
General Bowers.
General, we just received a Twix from Washington.
What's that?
Alert all local forces, Puerto Rico, for Operation Area San Juan. They're asking us for full military support because...
Oh, no. I don't buy that, Colonel. Sounds like an ordinary brush fire action to me.
There are reports of gunfire and unusual civilians.
Probably Castro in that bunch.
8 missing persons. All women, it says here. At least 3 casualties, General. Also, radioactive materials found. And this is Code 24, General. Code 24.
All right. I'll have all forces in action immediately. This is General Bowers speaking. Get me Sink Land Fleet.
Alert all forces. Area San Juan, Puerto Rico. Code emergency. Code emergency.
just can't wait for Karen. Careful. But don't try to talk anymore. Just be quiet and follow me. Karen shouldn't be very far. This way. She should have been here. Just hope that she hasn't been. No, don't look back, Frank. We're safe. I wonder where Karen is now.
There's nothing unusual down there, Ed!
I think she's had enough, Princess. Let me see if she has any other Earth devices in her satchel.
You were from outer space. That's the spaceship that they came here in. That's why Karen didn't get back to the cave. Now look, I think they've got Karen prisoner on that spaceship. You've got to stay here and keep watch over things until I get help from General Bowers. You do that, Frank? All right. Good luck, Frank. Got a telephone? No. A telephone. Telephone. Hello? A telephone. Telephone. El telefono! Thank you.
"33rd Commo Detachment, Lieutenant Denny speaking.
Listen, I've got to get word immediately to General Bowers.
No, it can't be done, sir.
Why?
Because General Bowers is out on Project Mayflower.
I know that. That's exactly why I've got to get this message to him. Now, look, you tell him that Dr. Adam Steele is reporting that he has sighted a spaceship 2 miles northeast of coordinates D1 and 18.
I don't know, sir. I don't know whether I can relay a message like that or not. Nobody would believe it.
You will have to believe me. I know that it sounds fantastic. Spaceship. I repeat, spaceship.
All right, sir. If you insist, I'll relay the message to him.
Hurry.
Yes, sir. Bird Dog 1, Bird Dog 1, this is Como 3, over.
This is Bird Dog 1, over.
Bird Dog 1, I have an urgent message from Adam Steele for General Bowers. Priority 1, over.
This is Bird Dog 1 to Como 3. What is your message? Over.
Adam Steele says he has found a spaceship.
Spaceship? Is that the message?
That's right, a spaceship. At coordinates D118.
Well, he's right below me. I'll relay the message. Over now. This is Bird Dog 1 calling Red Hook. Urgent message for General Bowers from Adam Steele. Do you read me?
Turn this Jeep around. Red Hook to base. Red Hook to base. Scramble the jets.
Scramble all jets. Scramble all jets.
Bravo High Leader. We'll approach our objective with full offensive strength.
Frank, it's me. Frank. It's all right, it's me.
This is Bravo High 3. I am nearing the objective. Minus 2 miles. Calling Red Hook for instructions.
Bravo High. This is Red Hook. Go ahead.
I've sighted the objective.
Is there anyone near the ship?
Negative. There was activity, but the area's clear now.
Very well. Try a rocket barrage and report results immediately.
Our rockets just aren't working.
They cannot do any damage to our ship.
We must take off immediately. They have nuclear weapons, and if they use them, we are finished.
Where shall we go, Nadia?
We must leave immediately.
Free the other women first. They're in there. Hurry.
Captain, what were the results of the last strike?
General Bowers, you're not trying to destroy that spaceship.
What do you...
I'm absolutely convinced that Karen and at least 2 other women are aboard that spaceship. General, you gotta stop that attack immediately.
Captain, get Bravo High and tell them to cease fire immediately.
Bravo High. Your orders are to cease fire. Stop the attack.
Cease fire.
Pressure pumps! Igniters!
Adam! Oh, Adam! Adam!
Rockets, ignite! Full power!
I can't deal with it first, Bill.
Come with me. The princess needs you.
Okay, guys.
Move. Come on, get up.
I'll speak whenever I need to. I'm a horror show host.
Yeah, just, take it easy with Iris, okay?
I understand waiting till the princess comes in. Iris and Retina, don't you understand? You could be leading TV hosts. That's what I do. Stars on Mars. Come with us.
What TV show? And man, Mars is gonna have to do without us, you know what I'm saying?
Hold it right there, Princess of Mars. Now you've given me no choice. You will meet your fate.
breakfast. We got a show to do.
Your doom, you will see the Space Monster Mall.
Right. And we can't wait around for whatever you're up to.
And, that Space Monster, he ain't so tough.
Unleash the monster!
Terror stalks the streets as a scientist's human transplantation experiment runs amok. The Astro Zombies.
It is done, Francho.
John Carradine and Wendell Corey star in one of the most frightening horror films ever made. Watch in terror, scream in fright, thrill to breathless excitement as these skull-faced astro-zombies strike blindly at living flesh, tearing, ripping, and killing with blood-drenched fury. Unbearable suspense and sadistic terror grip the senses as these human transplants threaten the safety of a city.
This is a very delicate situation. We are concerned with the mutilation murders that have occurred over the past 6 months.
The beautiful, voluptuous, deadly, vicious Satana, a woman who would stop at nothing to gain control over the astro-zombies, whose creed was kill, kill, kill.
Killing.
Between them, they created a blood-soaked reign of terror to stagger the imagination. The astro-zombies, a strange, weird, unbelievable breed of living dead in human form. Their deranged, transplanted brains could only lead them to murder, action to thrill you, suspense to make your blood curdle. You watch in frightened fascination, beating hearts and throbbing, living brains are transplanted by a scientist whose motives are entirely dedicated to evil.
Come on. Who are you?
Watch as the vicious Satana tortures her victim. Watch as the astro-zombies attack with maniacal fury. Watch as a deadly weapon cuts a head in two. Watch as the blood flows and splatters the screen. Watch the astro-zombies. You will die 1,000 deaths as you watch the Astro-Zombies, starring Wendell Corey and John Carradine.
This is one of 2 podcasting rooms that DATV has, and this is probably the newest one in our arsenal of social media. And in this room, you have 4 microphones, an audio mixer, a video mixer, and cameras that go along and help you make a difference in your community. And right now what you're seeing a live recording that we're doing with production assistant Eric Whiting. Hey Eric, how's it going today?
Hey, all right.
And it's real easy to use. And you can come in, you can make a difference with DATV and all the equipment that we have available. You just have to decide that you want to make a difference in your community. Come on in and get involved today. Did you know that DATV is your community media center? We've been around since 1978. Next year, in 2023, we will be celebrating our 45th anniversary. You know, there's several ways that you can get involved at DATV, and one of them is through our field production classes. This is one of the cameras that we use in that workshop. It's a 2-day workshop. After that, you can take this camera out and try to make a difference in your community. Talk about things that interest you. Show people what's going on in your community that you like, maybe you don't like. We have a lot of accessories that go along with this camera. In other videos, I'll be showing you other ways that you can get involved with DATV. So stay tuned. In a previous video, we talked about DATV a little bit, and I showed you one of the ways of how you can get involved at DATV through one of the workshops, and that was the field production class. Another way of getting involved at DATV is through the studio production workshop. And in that workshop, you'll learn how to operate this very sophisticated high-definition camera. Remember, DATV is here for you. We've been around for almost 45 years. And it's through technology like this that you can make programs that are of interest to you and share them through the cable system with your neighbors.
You're watching DATV, giving you the freedom to communicate.
Everyone here is very nice. They're very easy to get along with, and that's one of the best things it is about it, is being able to get along with someone and what it is that they teach you.
The staff that is here are more than happy to come and help us if we run into a problem or a snag. I mean, we're never alone or on our own doing it. The staff is always very willing to help.
Not before coming to DATV, I had no experience. It's all new, and it's been a great experience to utilize the equipment and the editing software. The people would help you, you know, during the workshops, after the workshops. You can set up appointments to come in, and they will work with you one-on-one, which is what I really like.
Staff was very helpful. And because I had no experience, and I was kind of nervous. But the instructors were outstanding. If you had any problems, they would help you out.
Workshops are not hard at all. They're very informative, and the staff is very open to help you in any way that you have, and they're also very knowledgeable.
We have a crew like a family.
Yeah.
Even the new members would come in. They catch on pretty good. Mm-hmm. We're a family. We enjoy our crew members. We enjoy the new ones that come through. We want to involve. And the DATV staff, they're family too.
Well, I would tell them that it's a friendly working environment. They're very friendly. The staff here are very helpful. They want to help you. They want you to succeed in what it is that you're trying to accomplish.
We have an understanding when it comes to what we do. We know what to do when we're setting up for somebody's show, and we pretty much help each other.
A diverse organization that has not just religious part, but they have another, I'll say another civilian part of it, that you can come and get trained and express your ideas.
What you get out of being at DATV is a whole montage of media training. If you're interested in doing anything in media,
I'd tell them if they're interested in doing any kind of podcasts, videos, or doing their own shows and things like that, to check out DATV.
Oh, that looks good. We're in one of DATV's 6 editing rooms, and this is where the magic happens. This is where you decide what your final show is going to look like. You can add things into the video that you've already recorded with the field camera or in the studio, or you can take things out. You can add graphics, names, special effects, all types of things to make your show look the way you want. And you should take advantage of this. This is a lot of fun. I like editing. And all you have to do is pick up the phone and dial 937-223-5311, or get on the web and look us up at datv.org. You'll be glad you did. Welcome to DATV's Pod Studio. This is one of 2 podcasting rooms that DATV has, and this is probably the newest one in our arsenal of social media. And in this room, you have 4 microphones, an audio mixer, a video mixer, and cameras that go along and help you make a difference in your community. And right now what you're seeing is a live recording that we're doing with production assistant Eric Whiting. Hey Eric, how's it going today?
Hey, it's all right.
And it's real easy to use. And you can come in, you can make a difference with DATV and all the equipment that we have available. You just have to decide that you want to make a difference in your community. Come on in and get involved today. Did you know that DATV is your community media center? We've been around since 1978. Next year, in 2023, we will be celebrating our 45th anniversary. You know, there's several ways that you can get involved at DATV, and one of them is through our field production classes. This is one of the cameras that we use in that workshop. It's a 2-day workshop. After that, you can take this camera out and try to make a difference in your community. Talk about things that interest you. Show people what's going on in your community that you like, maybe you don't like. We have a lot of accessories that go along with this camera. In other videos, I'll be showing you other ways that you can get involved with DATV. So stay tuned. In a previous video, we talked about DATV a little bit, and I showed you one of the ways of how you can get involved at DATV through one of the workshops, and that was the field production class. Another way of getting involved at DATV is through the studio production workshop. And in that workshop, you'll learn how to operate this very sophisticated high-definition camera. Remember, DATV is here for you. We've been around for almost 45 years. And it's through technology like this that you can make programs that are of interest to you and share them through the cable system with your neighbors.
You're watching DATV, giving you the freedom to communicate.
Everyone here is very nice. They're very easy to get along with, and that's one of the best things that it is about it, is being able to get along with someone and what it is that they teach you.
The staff that is here are more than happy to come and help us if we run into a problem or a snag. I mean, we're never alone or on our own doing it. The staff is always very willing to help.
Not before coming to DATV, I had no experience. It's all new, and it's been a great experience to utilize the equipment and the editing software. The people would help you, you know, during the workshops, after the workshops. You can set up appointments to come in, and they will work with you one-on-one, which is what I really like.
Staff was very helpful. And because I had no experience and I was kind of nervous. But the instructors were outstanding. If you had any problems, they would help you out.
Workshops are not hard at all. They're very informative, and the staff is very open to help you in any way that you have, and they also very knowledgeable.
We have a crew like a family.
Yeah.
Even the new members that come in, they catch on pretty good. We're a family. We enjoy our crew members. We enjoy the new ones that come through. We want to involve. And the DATV staff, they're family too.
Well, I would tell them that it's a friendly working environment. They're very friendly. The staff here are very helpful. They want to help you. They want you to succeed in what it is that you're trying to accomplish.
We have an understanding when it comes to what we do. We know what to do when we're setting up for somebody's show, and we pretty much help each other.
A diverse organization that has not just religious part, but they have another, I'll say another civilian part of it, that you can come and get trained and express your ideas.
What you get out of being at DATV is a whole montage of media training. If you're interested in doing anything in media,
I'd tell them if they're interested in doing any kind of podcasts, videos, or doing their own shows and things like that, to check out DATV.
The Luther Vandross, the little Anita, this is the party. Ah, yeah. Yo, what's up, y'all? It's the girl Gab, back at it with another for yo, some other. I mean, y'all already know the vibes. What's up, girls, gays, and nays? How y'all doing? And on this wonderful weekday. So, on today, on All That's Podcast, we got a couple topics to talk to y'all about. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? I don't think I heard y'all. We're gonna talk about a couple topics today. So the first one is gonna be this Texas. Oh my gosh, this Texas. I literally cannot talk right now. Texas execution that was delayed, but it was supposed to happen on Wednesday, but it was delayed. Further, we're going to talk about 3 topics today. So it's going to be the Texas execution or lack thereof execution of this Latina woman. Then we're going to talk about briefly Michelle's brother and his lawsuit with this school. They just had this whole little debacle. And then Johnny Depp and the new development with him suing his wife, right? Like a man suing his wife. And then we're going to talk about DJ Envy and his habits. Without further ado, let's get into it. And don't forget to follow my social medias down below and to subscribe, okay? I'm waiting for y'all to subscribe. Done. Okay, all right. So let's get into it without further ado. So this Texas execution was supposed to happen on Wednesday, but the highest court in the land, the Court of Criminal Appeals, appealed this woman's decision. Well, basically said that her conviction was based on false evidence. So they're really trying to overturn this, or at least to get her a new trial with better evidence. And it's crazy that this got all the way up to court in the land. Excuse me. The highest court in the land is the Supreme Court, but the highest criminal court in the land. And the fact that she got Democrats and Republicans to fight for her, like what? Anyway, this is 53-year-old Melissa Lucio. She was convicted of killing her 2-year-old daughter, of murdering her 2-year-old daughter, as well as abuse because she was said to have head injuries and a broken arm, like once they did the autopsy, and some bruises. And I also read somewhere else where she was said to have bitten her, or she had bite marks on her, but it's odd, like, what you can find on different articles. Like, different articles will have different information. So one of those articles talked about bites, but, like, the rest of the articles I looked up didn't say anything about bites. All they said was she took a fall 2 days before the incident, and that might have contributed to her head injuries, amongst other things. And it's odd because, Lucio got questioned. I think it was for like, I don't know how long it was, but they said after like 3 hours she like confessed. And I guess she was pregnant at the time, which is odd because, again, the other articles I read didn't say she was pregnant. But this one I did said she was pregnant with twins, in fact, and that she claimed her innocence over 100 times. Like, can you imagine that? Claiming your innocence over 100 times and nobody still listens to you. And they basically said she falsely confessed because of her past with sexual abuse, and that, I mean, I'm sure she just wanted it to be done. I could just imagine your baby just dying. You know, you're interrogated for 3 hours. You keep saying, I didn't do it. And at the end, she was like, I guess I did it. Like, I guess I did it. Huh? And you know you didn't do it? Like, I don't know. It's just like, what will people say when they're under duress, or, you know, when they really want to be done? Because you know how many wrongful convictions there are just from, like, interrogations. Like, think of, is it This Is Us? That movie on Netflix with the New York 5 and how they got wrongly convicted because they were young and their parents weren't there and they were getting interrogated, and these boys were basically convinced to getting, you know, to saying that they did it, to saying that they, like, killed the jogger, that they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, blah, blah, blah. I don't remember the exact phrase, but I know it's like the New York 5 or whatever. It'll be on the screen. Anyway, y'all, and if it's not on the screen for all my podcast listeners out there, it will be down below somewhere. Anyway, y'all, so like I said, she kept saying, I guess I did it. Well, not kept saying, but at the end she said, I guess I did it. She would have been the only Latina. Well, she is the only Latina on the state's death row. And she'll be like the first one. The last time Texas executed a woman was 2014. So she'll be the first one since 2014. Oh, the ghetto! It's crazy. Heard her innocence more than 100 times. Her kids even wrote a letter to the attorney saying, like, please don't kill our mom. Please don't kill our mom, you know, we value her life. Please don't kill her. Like, that really broke my heart. I mean, I would do the same thing for your mom, for my mom, for your mom, for my mom. I mean, of course I would. It's just crazy. Like, she was set to die on Wednesday. And, like, I feel like that was God saying that she wasn't supposed to die, or at least get a new trial. Because can you imagine if she spent all these, and y'all, this happened in 2008, 14 years ago. And she's just now getting her appeal. Like, that's what's crazy to me. Just now? You're getting your appeal? Just now? Okay. Cool. It's just like it takes so long for the judicial system to catch up to everything. And it's just funny because the Ohio governor, for all my Ohio listeners out there, he delayed executions for difficulty for finding death drugs. Like, he couldn't find the right drugs to kill people, so he delayed executions. It's kind of ironic. There was only 11 executions in 2021, and that's like of all the whole United States. It was only Texas, Alabama, Oklahoma, Mississippi, and Missouri. So, of those 5 states, it only executed 11 people in 2021 only. Like, that's insane. And that was the fewest since 1988. So, it's just crazy to think that these executions have came such a long way. Me personally, I don't want to get into all my views, but I just want to say that it's, an eye for an eye. And we're literally saying, like, okay, you killed this person, we can kill you now. Like, it's okay for us to kill you, but you can't kill people, It's okay. And you can stay on death row for like 20-something years waiting to die. Like, I just can't even. Why can't we just let them die in prison, But that's me. That is my personal opinion. Whatever your opinion out there, I'm sure you have valid reasons. However, just let them die in jail. That's just me. Anyway, y'all, on to the next. Michelle Obama's brother and the lawsuit with his wife. Basically, they sent their kids to a high class. How do I say this? One of the best schools in the state. It was like $30,000 tuition. So sent them there, hoping them to get better education, and they screamed diversity. Of course they did. They talked about a whole bunch of diversity, blah, blah, blah. Come to find out, they weren't diverse at all. His name is Craig Robinson, and his wife decided to sue this school, University School of Milwaukee, for racial discrimination, because they initially told the school, like, there's not enough diversity, we want more, we're sending our kids here, you guys said you had diversity, but where is it at? So that was that, and then the school sent them a letter saying that their kids weren't, like, following the conduct, or, like, they weren't, like, with the rules or whatever, basically, like, kicking them out, and they only had, like, a 13 and a 9-year-old. Or hold on, 11 and 9, excuse me. An 11 and a 9-year-old saying that they had, we cannot continue a relationship with your family. That's all it pretty much said. We feel like they were retaliating against because we brought up some issues that were sensitive to the administration. Which, as she should. The thing we noticed was repeat use of ethnic and racial stereotypes. And they didn't want to confront the issue. They just sent a letter saying that you're expelled and that you can't come back. And so now they're suing them, of course, for racial discrimination. Why wouldn't they? And I even read something where it was like, one of the articles I read said that the school itself, this is not the first time they have been sued in the school. I think it was like 2014. They used to do like Underground Railroad simulations, like, and of course the black kids would like be in that simulation. It would be dark hallways and whips to learn about what? The Underground Railroad. What do we need to learn about that for? What do we need to do a simulation for? Not saying we can't learn about it. What do we need to do a simulation for? And why the black kids? Of course, it's the black kids. So, of course, I would definitely, if I had the funds, I would definitely sue them because. What? You guys are literally kicking my kids out for no reason because we guys said that you were doing something wrong. We're trying to help you guys. And you want to retaliate against us for the racial discrimination that happened in y'all schools. So, and they also said like the students were calling, not them specifically, but saying racial slurs and like all this stuff. Like I can't with these schools. Like $30,000 and you guys racial discrimination? Huh? So that's that on that. He's actively suing them. Boom, boom, boom. Johnny Depp sues his wife of 2 years for defamation of character due to her domestic violence. Suing her for I can't even talk, y'all. He's suing her for defamation of character because of his lack of job roles, or like, you know, since her domestic violence allegations, he wasn't getting any offers, of course, because why would you want to have an actor who's, you know, a user and abuser? So yeah, he sued him, which honestly makes sense because I guess he was supposed to do the 6 Pirates of the Caribbean and wasn't able to, and that was like a multi-million-dollar movie, and he wasn't able to do it because Disney dropped him because of domestic violence allegations. Like, that is literally insane, and this video is so long now. It's fine. But yeah, it's all this going back and forth, basically saying that and Amber Heard, that's his wife's name, is trying to, and she's also an actress, she's trying to say that the abuse, you know, was all on him, but he's saying that it was all on her. There was an incident where she threw like a cell phone at him and he had like all these bruises and stuff, and there was an incident where she went to the hospital. There was just all these incidents, so obviously the abuse was on both parts. It wasn't just Johnny. So I feel like he should be given some sort of, well, they both should be getting some sort of grace because, I mean, y'all both are guilty, so I don't know what to say. And he's suing her, y'all. Guess for how much money? This is like, I couldn't even make this much in my lifetime. $51 million. Like, how do you even have that much money to just, like, give to somebody and then still have money left over? Like, I'm just confused. How much money does she really have? Because if you have $50 million to give, I mean, dang, let me get him $2 million. I'll be fine. Fine. But anyway, Disney dropped Depp after the domestic abuse article from his wife, as she should. Depp was like the protagonist in, of course, the Pirates of the Caribbean. Honestly, I have seen one, and that was so long ago. It's kind of ironic he's portrayed as the protagonist, as the antagonist in the movies, and, you know, like in real life, that's what he's portrayed as too. Yeah, and the wife divorced Depp, and then I got a restraining order in May of 2016. And now we're here. I don't know what made her, I don't know what made him do it all of a sudden. Probably ever since the Disney thing. I mean, that's what it was. So yeah, that concludes that. The investigation is still ongoing. I'm sure you guys have seen it. So check that out. Last but certainly not least, y'all, we have DJ Envy from The Breakfast Club and his wife of 20 years saying that he cheated on her. It's just like nobody is faithful anymore. Like, I don't care what nobody says. Like, he was with her for 20 years and you couldn't have, like, I don't know, broke up for a little bit and then messed with somebody. But his words were from one of those articles were like, well, I saw everybody else was doing it and I've been with her for so long. So I don't know if he said he thought it would be okay, but basically, like, hold on, y'all. Actually, let me pull it up. I don't want to just, you know, the gift of gab. Her name is Gia Casey, by the way. Also, the tea wasn't that he cheated on her. The tea was that the wife faked her orgasm for 10 years, y'all. She faked her orgasm for 10 years. I couldn't even imagine doing that. First off, you're with this man for so long, and you're faking orgasm for 10 years. I couldn't even fake it for a year. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, love is a powerful thing. You feel me? But I just feel like sex is a part of that love, and you both should be pleasured by such. And you think he's just gonna be pleasured, and you guys are married for so long? I just like that's an unfair trade to me. And I don't like it. She only found out because it was in a blog saying like, well, the woman was in a blog saying that you would never. It's funny that you're with DJ Envy and his wife is clueless. I'll put it up on the screen, but yeah. And turns out he was cheating on with Erica Mena. Like, Erica Mena? The model / reality TV star? Erica Mena? He was married for so long. Like, it's not like he was married for, like, a couple years, 5 years. 20? 18? Like, I don't get it. Like, man, if you want somebody else, just say that. You feel me? Like, it's just funny because he wanted, like, a traditional wife. Like, well, he got it. She stayed at home. Take care of the kids. She didn't have a job. Like, you made her not have a job and take care of the kids, or that's what you wanted, and you decide to cheat on her. I just don't get it. And like have a whole relationship, like, it just doesn't make me feel good about, like, future relationships. So, like, what does this say about our generation? Like, you could be together for so long and somebody could still cheat on you. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, it just, honestly, it makes me sad. It makes me sad that, like, this idea of love nowadays is just so, like, foreign, and we don't really have the concept of, like, in the olden days, staying together, you know, when times get rough, or staying together throughout all these obstacles and challenges. Don't get me wrong, though. I mean, they definitely have shown the testament of love, because she's still with him. And it's crazy because she was going to divorce him, but he was going to end his life. He was going to end his life, and she was really going to do that divorce, which, I mean, I would have too. We've been together this long. You lied for me for however know how many years, and, you know, you just think it's going to be okay. He said it was easy for him to get away with it because she wasn't connected with the industry. Tried his hardest convinced to say that it was difficult. He said he arranged his lifestyle, made it a perfect opportunity to cheat on Casey. He says his insecurity was a big part of him moving his wife and family to the suburbs so that she could be away from the rest of the world for fear she'd leave him. Casey was also a stay-at-home mom to their children, something that he preferred. If you think about it, I lived in a town deep out of Jersey. She was focused on the kids. She didn't have any friends in the industry, so you think, all right, you're good, but it didn't happen that way. The mother of 6 says her husband went to great lengths to keep her in the suburban town and away from the ruckus. Why threaten to take your life? You feel me? Just so you could have her back. Why didn't you think about that when you were putting your penis into somebody else? Like, I don't really understand. Like, you had to think about that. You had to court this girl. You had to get in the bedroom. You had to have sex. Like, I just don't understand. Like, it's just like you could be with somebody so long and, like, in a split second they could change your mind. I don't like that. I don't dare to apologize to her. It says they've been together since they were 16. He never considered cheating or groomed, seeing the men around him engage in such behaviors. Therefore, once he committed adultery, he didn't think it was that grave of a sin, according to CheatSheet.com. Fox Soul's Kitchen Talk, he said he arranged his lifestyle, made it a perfect fit for him to cheat. Basically saying how he was insecure and da-da-da-da, and he really tried to end his life among his troubles that he started. That's what gets me. Like, you started this, and you want to get mad because she knows her worth and wants to leave you. Like, I don't get it, but, you know, teach his own. But yeah, the concept of love nowadays is just very aloof. Like, I don't even know what to say. It's like either you're, you know, committed to that person or you're not. And if you don't want to be with that person, just say that. Just say that. I feel like it's saving the other person more hurt in the long run because you're telling them, like, up front what you want. And don't get me wrong, telling these things are hard, but, you know, you gotta rip that Band-Aid off. You gotta rip it off. But yeah, the concept of love in this generation is like, I feel like everybody wants love. Like, for real, we want that Marvin Gaye, the Luther Vandross, the Little Anita, us at the party. Ah, yeah. I'm so fried, y'all. But anyway, tuning in. That's all I have for you guys today. Tip your waitresses. But anyway, yeah, that's all I have for you. If you guys want to put in the comments what you guys think about love, or like the concept of love, or how our generation deals with love, please, more than happy to meet you in the comments and see what you guys feel about this love thing. Love, so many people used to breathe in vain. Love, wow, 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 so many things that used to go astray. Yeah, love, yeah, yeah, yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I know it's been a long journey. So, to all my girls, gays, and nays, stay positive. You know, tip your waitresses. Be safe out here. You know, the virus is still going around. Be safe out here. So without further ado, I'm gonna get out of here. Follow my social medias down below. Don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Please subscribe down below and share it with your friends. It's going to be a new episode next week. I'm not even going to say what's day, but it's going to be a new episode next week. But without further ado, thanks for tuning in. Tune in next time. See y'all later. It's your girl, Gabs. Bye. Oh, also, to all my girls, gays, and nays out there, It's your girl, Gab. Bye. Yeah.
Things that interest you. Show people what's going on in your community that you like, maybe you don't like. We have a lot of accessories that go along with this camera. In other videos, I'll be showing you other ways that you can get involved with DATV. So stay tuned. In a previous video, we talked about DATV a little bit, and I showed you one of the ways of how you can get involved at DATV through one of the workshops, and that was the field production class. Another way of getting involved at DATV is through the studio production workshop. And in that workshop, you'll learn how to operate this very sophisticated high-definition camera. Remember, DATV is here for you. We've been around for almost 45 years. And it's through technology like this that you can make programs that are of interest to you and share them through the cable system with your neighbors.
You're watching DATV, giving you the freedom to communicate.
everyone here is very nice. They're very easy to get along with, and that's one of the best things that it is about it, is being able to get along with someone and what it is that they teach you.
The staff that is here are more than happy to come and help us if we run into a problem or a snag. I mean, we're never alone or on our own doing it. The staff is always very willing to help.
Not before coming to DATV, I had no experience. It's all new, and it's been a great experience to utilize the equipment and the editing software. The people would help you, you know, during the workshops, after the workshops. You can set up appointments to come in, and they will work with you one-on-one, which is what I really like.
Staff was very helpful. And because I had no experience, and I was kind of nervous. But the instructors were outstanding. If you had any problems, they would help you out.
Workshops are not hard at all. They're very informative, and the staff is very open to help you in any way that you have, and they also very knowledgeable.
We have a crew like a family.
Yeah.
Even the new members that come in, they catch on pretty good. Mm-hmm. We're a family. We enjoy our crew members. We enjoy the new ones that come through. We want to involve, and the DATV staff, they're family too.
Well, I would tell them that it's a friendly working environment. They're very friendly. The staff here are very helpful. They want to help you. They want you to succeed in what it is that you're trying to accomplish. We
have an understanding when it comes to what we do. We know what to do when we're setting up for somebody's show, and we pretty much help each other.
A diverse organization that has not just religious part, but they have another, I'll say another civilian part of it, that you can come and get trained and express your ideas.
What you get out of being at DATV is a whole montage of media training. If you're interested in doing anything in media,
I'd tell them if they're interested in doing any kind of podcasts, videos, or doing their own shows and things like that, to check out DATV.
Greetings, folks. Welcome to Public Domain Theater. My name is Joe Constantine. I will be your yogi through the sweat lodge of sensational public domain films that we have in store. On the menu tonight, we will get trained on how to put the screws to a suspect. We'll wonder at a 50-year-old anti-smoking PSA. We will see what can happen if you take your eyes off the road for one lousy second, and much more. But first, this first clip takes you on a tour of a haunted house. And this house is haunted not by mischievous ghouls or anything like that. It's haunted by plaque, like From Your Mouth. It's narrated by none other than the original Joker, Cesar Romero, who plays the voice of the plaque spirit. It's a real hoot. From 1974, the American Dental Association, The Haunted Mouth.
I've been waiting for you. Yes, you with the teeth. But allow me to introduce myself. The name is Plaque. B. Plaque. That's B for bacterial. Actually, I already know you. Oh, yes, very well. Especially your mouth. I'd venture to say I know your mouth better than you do. I should. I live there. It's quite comfortable, really. Warm, cushiony, and it has everything I want. Your teeth and gums. Oh, didn't you know? I deal in tooth decay and gum disease. And I love my work. You can't see me, of course, because I'm invisible. An invisible film, to be exact. A most satisfactory arrangement for me. I find it a decided advantage for collecting these. But come, take a closer look. Closer. Don't be afraid. They don't bite. Not when I get through with them. These belong to a lovely young girl with a craving for sweets. The gooier, the stickier, the better. The better for me, Plaque, because my invisible film is infested with hundreds of millions of bacteria. that thrive on all those sticky, gooey, sweet things you eat. I spread them along the gum line in every crevice, inside and out. When they get together with the sugary remains on your teeth, they produce devastation, a decay acid that can eat right through the enamel to the very heart of your tooth. See what I mean? Now, this young fellow had an unfortunate failing. He could never remember the right way to brush his teeth. My bacteria had a ravenous time in his mouth, especially between his teeth. Like here. Of course, dental floss was too much trouble. Oh, once in a while. But every day, not a chance. But this is my prize. Perfect. Not one single cavity. Yet I got it just the same. I spread gum disease. Here and here. All around that tooth. But since the owner didn't see her dentist regularly, she didn't realize it until her gums were so weak they couldn't hold on. It was that easy. That's the trouble. You make it too easy. All you care about is your hair, your clothes. You don't really care about your smile, about using an accepted fluoride toothpaste. You make destroying your teeth so easy there's no excitement in it. No challenge. Look, I'll make you a sporting proposition. I'll show you how to beat me at my own game. And you won't do it. That's right. I'll show you exactly how to protect your teeth and gums from me. And I'll still win. I know you. Oh, maybe you don't think I'm in your mouth at all. Then take this disclosing tablet and see for yourself. Now, look in the mirror. See where it's turning red on your teeth? That's me, B. Plaque, in your mouth. Think you can fight that? I dare you. Look. These are your basic ammunition. Kid stuff, right? Don't be fooled. Without them every day, you haven't got a chance. Take the toothbrush, but not just any toothbrush. One with a flat brushing surface and soft bristles rounded at the end. And you'll need a fluoride toothpaste, but not just any one. A fluoride toothpaste accepted by the American Dental Association. Remember that. If you want to be sure your toothpaste not only cleans your teeth, but also makes the enamel stronger, more resistant to decay acid. Personally, I'm against it. Now, let's see you brush to remove plaque. Oh, marvelous. You'll never get rid of me that way. You have to angle the bristles against the gum line. There, where the teeth and gums come together. That's right. Now brush back and forth with short, vibrating strokes, as if you're polishing each tooth. Gently, though. Now, that's better. Clean like that outside. Now inside. I don't know why I bother. You'll never remember anyway. Now, scrub up and down with the tip of your brush. Inside your front teeth. Up and down. Up and down. Little short vibrating strokes like before. Yes, and don't forget those chewing surfaces. Well, not just there. Get all the way back. Well, not that well. Want your teeth to last forever? Okay, now finish the job. If you prefer not to spend a couple of extra minutes a day using dental floss, I shall be eternally grateful, since that's how you could get rid of what the brush missed between your teeth. Now, slide the floss between two teeth. Then up gently. Gently, I said. Just under the gum line. Then scrape the tooth away from the gum. Be sure you scrape away from the gum so you don't injure it. That's simple enough, isn't it? Keep going, scraping carefully until you've done both sides of every single tooth, top and bottom. You'll be denying me some of my best hiding places, places where I do my work undetected. If you'd brush and floss like that every day, I couldn't touch you. Because it takes me 24 hours to start trouble. But let an entire day go by without a thorough brushing and flossing, and no one can stop me. No one but a dentist. Those regular checkups ruin my plans every time. It's a dentist who can remove the plaque you miss when it's turned into hard, destructive calculus. It's a dentist who can apply special strength fluoride directly to your teeth. Now, dentists, one of these days. It's time. Time to put you to the test. To find out how much you've learned from our little meeting. Learned about me, about yourself. Tell me, how's your sweet tooth? Indulge yourself. Have some chocolate and caramel and all the sticky, gooey, sugary food you want. Why not? It's only your teeth. Lollipops, cake, donuts, jelly, jam, cookies, marshmallow. Oh, don't run away. Don't be a fool. Running away won't help. It won't help. Won't help. I told you. You can't run away from me. There's only one thing you can do. Fight me. Fight me every day. I've shown you how. Now let's see you do it. Let's see you beat me. It's so easy. So easy. But I know you. You won't do it, will you? Will you? You won't do it, will you? Will you? Will you? Will you?
Coming in hot with another banger from the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. This one is about interview techniques. You ever wonder how those TV dicks catch the bad guys? We'll take some notes. Whether you are interviewing suspects, witnesses, administrative assistants, the motto is basically, you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar. From the mighty year of 1997, Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, interview techniques.
Thank you, Mrs. Ridgeborn. He'll be back in a while.
You're welcome. I hope he doesn't keep me waiting too long.
No, I don't think he will.
Good day, ma'am. Is this Dr. Cleveland's office?
Yes, it is. May I help you?
Yes, ma'am. We need to speak to Dr. Cleveland. Is he in?
Oh, I'm sorry. He's been called away to the hospital on an emergency. I'm Louise Tanner, his office manager. Can I help you with something?
Well, ma'am, we're investigating a case of health care fraud, and we really do need to speak to the doctor.
Wait a minute. Is Dr. Cleveland in some kind of trouble? Are you guys police officers?
Well, not exactly. We're from the IG's office.
IG, what's that?
I'm sorry, from the Office of the Inspector General. And no, Dr. Cleveland is not in any kind of trouble as far as we know, but we do need to speak to him anyway.
Healthcare fraud? Did you say healthcare fraud? No way. I do all the paperwork around here, and there's no healthcare fraud here.
Ma'am, will you please just calm down for a minute? Now, we need to talk to the doctor because he may have information that is crucial to our investigation.
Well, let me tell you, Dr. Cleveland would never have anything to do with fraud. I mean, he's a good man, officer. I've been with him for 14 years, and I can tell you he's no criminal.
No, ma'am. No one is accusing him of anything. However, we do have evidence of a connection between a DME and this office, and we're here to find out more about that.
Well, he's at the hospital. I told you. He's in the middle of surgery, and I don't know when he'll be back.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we can wait. But as long as we're here, maybe we could have a look at some of your records. Specifically, we need to review copies of the CMNs that Dr. Cleveland has completed. That should keep us busy until he returns.
I don't have the authority to let you do that. So unless you have a warrant or something, your best bet is to come back tomorrow morning. Our doors are open at 8.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry to have troubled you. Please tell Dr. Cleveland we will be back tomorrow morning.
Not a very productive interview, was it? Our officers didn't get the information they were looking for in their investigation, and in the process may have damaged the physician's reputation and practice.
Tell Dr. Cleveland I'm sorry, but that kind of trouble is just too scary for me.
No, Miss Ridgeborn. I can assure you this is all a mistake.
No, Miss Tanner, I'll just have my new doctor call for my records.
That was 30 minutes wasted.
And so they're leaving empty-handed, which is unfortunate, because more likely than not, had they conducted their interview properly, utilizing the 5 general stages of an effective law enforcement interview, it may have turned out to be much more productive. In this program, we will review those 5 general stages and discuss how they can be administered in the context of an effective law enforcement interview. The 5 general stages of an effective law enforcement interview are the introduction, rapport, the questioning phase, the summary, and the close. Let's take a look at each one of these stages individually.
Thank you, Mrs. Ridgeborn. He'll be back in a while.
Welcome. I hope he doesn't keep me waiting too long.
No, I don't think he will.
Good day, ma'am. Is this Dr. Cleveland's office?
Yes, it is. May I help you?
Yes, ma'am. We're from the Health and Human Services Office of the Inspector General. I'm Special Agent Lisa Bowman, and this is Special Agent Don Grady.
Hi.
Oh, my. Is there something wrong?
Oh, no, ma'am. Nothing to worry about. Is Dr. Cleveland in?
No, I'm sorry. He's been called away to the hospital on an emergency. My name is Louise Tanner. I'm his office manager. Maybe I can help. Are you sure there's nothing wrong?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Everything is fine. We just need to see if Dr. Cleveland can help us with some information regarding an investigation we're working on.
In the introduction stage, you should show proper credentials and identify yourself and your partner if you have one. Also, find out who you're talking to. You should state the reason for the interview, whether it's the actual purpose or a cover story you're using at the time. Stay with the truth when you can.
Oh, well, like I said, he's at the hospital, but maybe I can help.
Oh, well, yes, ma'am. Perhaps you can. Would appreciate that. Is that your son?
Yes, it is. That's my David.
He looks like a natural with that soccer ball. Does he play in the summer league out at the park?
Yes, he does. He's first string forward on the Barons.
I have a daughter who plays for the Cardinals. She's only been playing for a year now, but she loves it. Do you go to the games?
Every one of them. I even try to make the practices. I mean, David really is something special on the field.
Well, I'm surprised we haven't run into each other out there. I'll have to look you up next time.
Establishing rapport is your next task. This can be accomplished in many ways, depending on the interviewee and the circumstances. Being friendly is the best policy. Talk about everyday topics, perhaps something of apparent interest to your subject. Ensure he or she is relaxed before moving on to the questioning stage.
Miss Tanner, I was wondering if you could help us out with something. We have information that indicates that Dr. Cleveland has completed several certificates of medical necessity for his patients, and that many of these CMNs were subsequently filled by a durable medical equipment company called Medico. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, sure, we deal with them. They're a Medicare-approved DME. Why, have we done something wrong?
Oh, no, ma'am, I'm sure you haven't. But we need to find out as much as we can about the quality of the products that Medico has provided to Dr. Cleveland's patients. Has the doctor ever received any complaints regarding the wheelchairs or other medical equipment this company has provided?
No, not that I'm aware of. I handle all the doctor's day-to-day operations, so he would have told me if there was a problem. Dr. Cleveland is very particular about making sure his patients receive what they need. And I'm sure if there was any problem with Medico's product, he would have stopped doing business with them and would have called Medicare immediately. What is it that Medico has done? The doctor isn't in any kind of trouble, is he?
No, ma'am. Nobody is in any trouble here. This could have happened without you and the doctor even knowing about it. Now, when was the last time a Medico representative came by here?
Oh, I don't know. 2 or 3 weeks ago.
When he was here, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
Out of the ordinary? No. I see so many company reps, I can't remember anything in particular.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. You did say that you handle all the day-to-day operations, though, right?
Yes, I do.
Could that also include CMNs?
Yes, it does. In fact, I keep copies of them in Dr. Cleveland's office. Do you want to take a look at them?
Oh, yes, ma'am. That would be very helpful.
You know, now that I think of it, that name Medico has come up quite a bit recently. You know what I can do if you want? I can get the company rep's name and number and then pull copies of our CMNs that Medico has filled.
Anything you can do for us, Miss Tanner, we would really appreciate it.
Well, look, why don't you just come around here and we can look at the files together?
Terrific.
The next stage of your interview is the questioning stage. Begin with general questions and then narrow in on the specific answers you're looking for. Remember, in most cases, you are asking for information. So keep your conversation friendly if possible, and be careful to maintain rapport with your subject. If you should find yourself losing rapport, work to reestablish it. A friendly interview will almost always yield more information.
Well, thanks for your help, Miss Tanner. The information you gave us will really help with our investigation.
No trouble at all. Are you sure that's all you need?
Yes, for now. We'll be back Monday to see if Dr. Cleveland has anything else he can add, but you've given us enough information to keep us busy until then.
Miss Tanner, I'd just like to review what we've covered today.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you say that Dr. Cleveland has been dealing with a Charles Fredrickson of Medico DME for approximately 18 months,
Yes, that's correct.
and that Medico's main office is located at 402 Water Street in Miami, Florida.
Yes. Now, let's see. The doctor has completed 32 CMNs in the past 6 months. And in that time, 19 patients have dealt with Medico. And of that number, now according to these records, 5 of them had complaints about the equipment. Now, there may be more that the doctor's dealing with now that are not in these records. You'll have to ask him about those.
The fourth stage of your interview is the summary. It's a good idea to go over all the information you've gained with your subject. This will not only ensure you have all your facts right, but will also give your subject a chance to add new information or clarify something he or she may have already stated.
Well, I think we have everything we need.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Miss Tanner. This is really going to help.
Yes, thank you. We're done for now, but take my card, and if you think of anything between now and Monday, just give me a call. I'll be glad to hear from you.
Sure, I'll do that. And look, as far as Monday goes, our doors are open at 8, but Dr. Cleveland is always here by 7. So if you're up and about that early, you'll be sure to catch him then.
We'll do that, Miss Tanner, and thanks again for your help. You've really made our job easier on this one.
Sure, no problem.
The final stage of the interview is the close. Keep it friendly and leave the door open for further interviews. Make sure you leave your business card and telephone number and discuss how and when you can contact them if the need arises. As you can see, this time our agents had a much more successful interview. They obtained the information they needed, kept the door open for further contact, and maintained a cooperative spirit with their subject. They were able to do so by following the 5 general stages of a proper law enforcement interview. Remember them. At the beginning of every interview, introduce and identify yourself properly, making sure you clearly state your purpose for being there. Next, establish rapport between yourself and the subject. Then, while maintaining that rapport, gather the information you need by questioning the subject. Summarize with your subject all the information you have collected, and then close on a friendly note, keeping the door open for further interview sessions. Now that we have discussed the 5 stages of a proper law enforcement interview, let's see how they apply in a number of different situations.
You understand these rights as I've read them to you?
Yeah. So
let me tell you where we're at with this thing, Marin. Like I said before, I'm Special Agent Green. This is Special Agent Farley of the United States Customs Service. Right now, we're the only thing standing between you and about 20 years in federal prison. That 10 keys of coke you tried to smuggle across the border put you in a bad way, my friend. You didn't even hide it very well.
Look, for one thing, I know I'm not your friend, because you're just a stinking cop. And for another, I've got nothing to say to you.
That's it, Marin. Make it easy on yourself. Let's see if we can't dig that hole just a little bit deeper.
I said I've got nothing to say to you. Now, what part of nothing to say to you is there that you don't understand?
I don't know, Marin. I guess it's that nothing part. Because your girlfriend had plenty to say.
She ain't my girlfriend. Hey. Now, what did she say anyway?
She said enough to put you away for a very long time, Lonnie. And we got to figure that with that 10 keys of coke in the trunk of your car, what she said was probably true.
What'd she say? What did that lying bitch say?
Lonnie, what she said to us really isn't that important to you right now. What is important is what you say to us in the next, 10 minutes or so. If you tell us where you got the stuff and where it was headed, we'll tell the U.S. Attorney that you cooperated with our investigation. If you can't help us out, then I guess all we've got to go on is what Miss Darby told us.
That chick don't know nothing about me, man. Hey, hell, I just met the bitch. And I'm gonna tell you something. Anything she's telling you is a bunch of crap.
Look, Lonnie, you and I both know that the girl was just along for the ride, right? So whatever plans that you had for that dope, it's your ball game now, not hers. We've got you cold, and you know it. Now you can tell us who your boss is, and we'll stand up for you when the U.S. Attorney gets involved. Or you can go ahead and tell us to go to hell. You can take the hit for this bust all by yourself. So what's it gonna be, Lonnie?
What the hell are you looking at, man? All right, man. Okay, let's just say what we play, let's make a deal, okay? What kind of deal are you gonna make me?
I can't make any deals, Lonnie. That's up to the U.S. Attorney. But if you help us out on this one, I'll tell him that you did.
All right, man. Okay. Dude's name is Roscoe Brentano. I'm supposed to deliver the stuff to a couple of his goons out in the sticks. Somewhere outside of Houston.
And how long you known this Roscoe?
Couple of years. This is my first time running with him, I swear that, man. First time.
And who are the guys you're making the drop to?
I don't know. Never seen him. All I know is Roscoe said just show up. They'd meet me.
Well, when's it going down?
Yeah, well, that's supposed to be tonight.
Do you know where you're supposed to go?
Well, I know where I'm supposed to be.
All right. You've done good, Lonnie. You're not out of the woods, but you've come a long way. Why don't you just go ahead and take it easy now? Let me go make some phone calls. I'll be back in a little while to finish up here, okay? In the meantime, I want you to try to remember everything you can about this guy Roscoe and your deal tonight. Maybe we can work something out.
Jerry. Here you are again.
Here I am again. I guess I just can't get enough of you, Stedman. But I'd have figured a badass park ranger like you would have been promoted by now or something. I guess your bosses don't like you as much as I do.
Shut up, Jeffries. I've had all I'm gonna take from you, and I'm gonna make it my personal goal to make sure that when you go down this time, you stay down.
Take your best shot, Ranger Bob. But personally, I don't think you've got it in you.
That's where you're wrong, big shot. This time it's not just one camcorder. It's all the other stuff in your trunk. This time we're talking felony, Jerry. And you, being the 3-time loser that you are, judge won't even think twice about sending you up.
That was an illegal search. You people had no right to search my vehicle.
You've been watching too much TV, Jerry. We got an eyewitness that puts you at the scene.
No way. I was just driving through the park minding my own business when your Smokey the Bear goons yanked me out of my car and handcuffed me in front of everybody. That stuff in the trunk is mine, and I can prove it. My lawyer's gonna have a field day with you people. This is an unlawful arrest, and you're gonna pay.
Listen to me, you piece of garbage. Your lawyer ain't gonna do squat. You haven't got a leg to stand on, and you know it. So this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna give us the name of your fence, and you're gonna testify against him. And then, maybe, if you're nice, the U.S. Attorney will give you a break.
Oh, and I'm gonna do all of this because why? Because Ranger Bob told me to? Man, you're on another planet.
Listen, Jeffrey,
save the mouthwash, Stedman. It ain't working, man.
Can everybody just take a deep breath, all right? And settle down. Are you all right, Mr. Jeffries?
Oh, I'm fine, but you better check with your partner there. I think he's losing it.
Oh, he'll be all right. But let's you and I have a little talk, all right? My name is Ranger Clark. Can I get you a Coke or something?
No, I don't want a Coke. I want to know why you people are hassling me.
All right, let's start right there then. First of all, we have an eyewitness that swears that you went into the Swanson family campsite. You went into their camper while they weren't there and came out with a camcorder. She says you then got into a dirty white Chevy with a broken taillight and drove off. Next, we have Mr. Swanson, who has sworn out a complaint that his camcorder was stolen, and he's supplied us with a serial number to his camera. Next, we have the camcorder that was taken from the back seat of your dirty white Chevy. The serial number on that camera matches that to Mr. Swanson's camera. And finally, we have all of the other equipment that was taken from your car, that I'm sure, and you know this as well as I do, that it's going to match up to other campers' complaints of stolen property by the time this is all over. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I can see where you're going with it. So maybe I took the camcorder, but I didn't break into anybody's camper, I swear. I mean, it was just laying on the ground right out in the open. I just picked it up and took it. I didn't steal it from anybody.
Well, we have eyewitnesses that say you did. Now, who do you think the judge is going to believe? But it's not all bad. I mean, so yes, you took the stuff, but nobody was hurt, right? So, if you help us out with the rest of this investigation, we will go to bat for you with the U.S. Attorney.
You mean I wouldn't go to jail?
No, I didn't say that. I said that if you help us out, we will tell the U.S. Attorney that you did cooperate.
So what's that gonna do for me?
Jerry, I don't know. That's for him to decide. But I will tell you this, that if you don't help us out, we're certainly not going to tell him that you did.
So what kind of help you need?
We want you to tell us about the guy who's moving the stuff for you.
No, there's nobody. I just sell it myself.
Come on, Jerry. You and I both know that that's not true. And anyway, why would you want to take the heat for this guy? I mean, why? You're the one out there taking all the risks. He just sits back fat and happy and collects all the money. Doesn't that make you mad? Doesn't that get to you? How many times do you want to go to jail for this guy? And for what? What's he done for you, aside from rob you blind? Jerry, he doesn't deserve your loyalties. He deserves to spend some time behind bars.
So if I serve this guy up for you, you're going to go to bat for me with the U.S. Attorney?
Absolutely.
All right. His name's George Lougakis. They call him Zorba. I think he's Greek or something.
Where does he work out of?
And he's got a pawn shop down on the south side on Halstead Street. It's called Southside Pawn.
Do you have a routine you've worked out with him, or is it just hit or miss?
No, just whenever I show up, he's there. I think he lives above it or behind it or something. I mean, he's always there. I just bring him the stuff, he gives me the cash, and that's that.
How long have you worked with him?
About 2 years.
Do you know anybody else who works with him?
Nah, I've never seen anybody. But I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Why is that?
'Cause he's always busting my chops about how his other suppliers are better and bring him better stuff, and if I don't get with the program, he's gonna drop my percentage.
Nice guy.
Yeah. Well, you said if I gave you the information, you'd help me out with the attorney, right?
Yes, and I will keep my word. But first, before we go any further, I just want to back up and go over what we've covered.
Okay, Jerry, let's make sure we got this right. George Lukakis is his name.
From the Civil Defense Preparedness Agency and their Will to Survive series, we have forest fires. The Civil Preparedness Agency, by the way, only came to be in 1972 and was soon abolished in 1979, essentially absorbing into FEMA. Anywho, what we have here is the tale of a father and son who are trapped by a forest fire. What they're going to do? What would you do? Let's all watch and learn from 1973, Will to Survive, Forest Fires.
It has not rained for a month. A seemingly endless string of cloudless days has left the land baked and thirsty. Creeks and streams that rushed with fresh water have been reduced to little more than a trickle. The late summer sun beats steadily down on a secluded mountain valley. On their way to their favorite campground only a few miles along the trail, Charles Morgan and his son Scott walk slowly through this quiet mountain glade. They have planned this hiking trip all summer, but they will never reach their destination.
Severe fire weather conditions will again prevail today in the mountain areas of the county, as higher temperatures accompanied by dry winds and low humidity continue to raise the fire danger. If you are traveling or camping in the area...
Yeah, look!
Fire, a friend to man more often than not, but not now. Now a deadly enemy. Fire was perhaps man's first tool. It cooked his food. Its warmth kept him alive in winter. It shaped his tools for hunting, and later it fueled his industries and built his cities. Civilization could not have happened without fire, controlled fire. But fire out of control, fire in the forest, is man's deadly enemy. It can start dramatically with a sudden stroke of lightning, but it rarely does. Sometimes it's arson, other times a casually discarded match or cigarette. a campfire not fully extinguished. Any one of these catalysts, combined with air for combustion, a large amount of fuel such as dead branches or pine needles, all dry from lack of moisture, can turn the possibility of fire into a blazing, deadly reality. A blazing, deadly reality that at its worst can shoot flames 150 feet into the air. At their hottest centers, tornado-like fire whirls can spew flashes as high as 600 feet. A blazing, deadly reality that, wind-whipped, can travel 30 miles an hour. The Morgans are in trouble. They know the decision they make must be quick and right. Their lives depend on it. Without panic, they consolidate the equipment they think they will need, keeping only the essentials. This includes water, long-sleeve jacket, first aid kit, a map, and compass. Fortunately, the Morgans are prepared and knowledgeable about forest fire. They know that fires usually spread uphill and downwind. After finding their exact location on the map, they have decided to travel downhill to a nearby road. This route is fairly open. It has the shortest distance to travel to safety, and they can also observe the progression of the fire. The simple fact is that a forest fire cannot be outrun. It must be outwitted. Several miles from the Morgans, professional fire troops battled the blaze on its outer perimeter. Clear a fire break, and to keep the fire from jumping it, set backfires. This hopefully will make the fire in the forest turn cannibal, feed upon itself, and die. The outer edge of the fire, men take advantage of smaller flames and less intense heat to literally confront the fire in hand-to-hand combat. But there are still places where no man can approach the blaze because of the intense heat. Meanwhile, the Morgans continue to move toward safety, while Scott refills the canteen. His father rechecks his location, and to his horror learns that they have been heading off course into the jaws of the fire. Quickly, they correct their heading.
Despite being stopped in isolated places, the fire has continued to spread. Residents of nearby Cedar Canyon, directly in the path of the flames, are being evacuated, but homes in the Crystal Haven subdivision are engulfed in flames.
And in Canyon City, firemen on the scene for several hours report that the fire is still out of control. while the wildfire still rages in some places, in others, it has done its damage. Where once vacation homes and mountain retreats were filled with sounds of active families, only echoes remain. Where once 100-foot trees sighed in the summer air only yesterday, now all that is left are wisps of smoke, ashes, and charred stumps. For the Morgans, the struggle for survival continues. For the Morgans, the ordeal is over. Only now that Charles Morgan has reached safety will he permit himself to imagine the nightmare that could have been if he had made a wrong decision. Looking back, they consider themselves lucky to be alive, but obviously, it was more than luck.
There are countless schools of thought when it comes to ways to keeping kids away from drugs and alcohol. Our next clip takes us back to 1994 to a program where kids collaborate on painting a mural to further their message of prevention. Does it work? I highly doubt it. But I think one of the guys from Color Me Bad is in this. See if you can spot who I'm talking about. From the Department of Education, 1994, Murals of Prevention.
It's fun. You get to do different things. You get messy, sort of. It makes me feel good.
It's such a positive method of working with students. They can pull from the resources of their souls almost.
The earlier we start, the better it's going to be. And by pulling the arts into it, we're going to have visual displays for the anti-drug program.
Reflecting Prevention project uses the universal language of the arts to involve students in an exciting learning experience focused on the prevention of alcohol, tobacco, and other drug use. With guidance from this film and the accompanying materials, educators and community leaders across the country are helping students learn to say no to drug use as they work together to create murals reflecting prevention.
Before we begin, we like to think about the choices we make. How do we make these choices? What kinds of things influence us and how we do what we do? What kinds of
Preparation involves developing and presenting a drug prevention lesson, selecting a theme and working with the students to apply the theme to the mural.
I think it would be your peers too, because it would be called peer pressure. And like they try to talk you into something that you really don't want to do.
Every day, young people are exposed to a lot of risk factors. But let's think about some ways that we can work to prevent young people from using drugs.
Like for me, I use art to get away from certain things.
So you're building some good life skills right now that you can work with.
It is important to focus on positive prevention messages, messages that give students ideas and alternatives to help them resist drug use.
Positive value judgment and about what you think is right and wrong. Okay. Melissa.
Well, I feel that the future is more important than one moment. I mean, I have the rest of my life to be happy. I don't need drugs to make me happy for 1 second. It's not worth it to me to risk my life.
Okay, who can tell me what a mural is? Yeah.
It's a picture showing an idea, a meaning which many people work together making it.
Excellent, excellent. Can anybody think of a theme we can use for our mural today about alcohol, tobacco, and other drug prevention? Yes.
You could like put people doing healthy things, not smoking or something, like playing baseball or football or running.
What are some of the healthy behaviors that you learned in your assembly recently?
Healthy habits and activities. Exercise and keep in shape. Reading, playing sports, reading music, and dancing.
Okay, now let's discuss the themes that we're going to use and how they relate to substance abuse and preventative measures. Role models, developing positive bonds, and the last theme is healthy alternatives to drug use.
How do you visualize the mural?
We could have like people playing sports and riding bikes and exercising instead of doing drugs and drinking.
Very good. Mikey, what do you think?
We could make it colorful, like use a lot of bright colors so everybody can see it and it'll be attractive to people.
Very good.
I think we could use some pictures and words.
Good, good. How about you, Terry?
We can make the words in big bubble letters so everybody can see it perfectly.
All right, we've been working with creative problem-solving techniques to come up with some good ideas for each of the murals. You're going to be working 4 foot by 8 foot. So you maybe want to repeat an item or a color. You want to make sure that you have a balance of all parts. You then will have a harmonious and unified composition.
Now the fun begins.
I had a good idea. We're going to do this. What's this supposed to be? A bike. Music and biking. We're going to do a football.
A wide variety of materials and techniques can be used to create permanent or portable murals.
No supplies out of the ordinary were used, so it was really easy. Basically, we used tempera paints, a little bit of acrylic, and some papers that we had in the classroom.
We tried to focus on one big focal point that when you look at it, it's going to catch your eye.
We used many different colors because if you use drugs and alcohol, well, you're not going to get many colors. Over here, we're going to have a role model holding up an umbrella over a person so that you can see that people, when it starts to rain or when it looks sad, they can look up to their role model.
Anybody could work with this project. Simple projects could be done at each of the students' desks and then collaged together at the end. So a classroom teacher could do it in a limited environment.
The project promotes team teaching and collaboration. Teachers from all disciplines can work together, spreading the prevention message across the curriculum.
I think it's wonderful. It gives you an opportunity to not only just work with one another, but learn their teaching style, gain something from them, and be able to share. I teach first grade, and I'm not an art teacher. It's wonderful to be able to bring the love of art into the first grade class.
This project can be used with students from all ages. I think a non-art teacher, particularly a social studies teacher, a science teacher, health teachers, could use it as a follow-up as part of training in their classroom on drug prevention.
By having the students work together in small groups, cooperation comes in.
Oh, it's a lot of fun working with others. I mean, you can get a lot more done.
Because everyone has different ideas, and we had to work together to put all our ideas together, so we worked as a team.
I see many benefits for students working in a collaborative method. They're pulling their resources and using talents and skills from each student.
Definitely. You have to give up some of your ideas for somebody else's ideas and put them together.
By cooperating with each other, they're going to build on each other's ideas.
It's fun because if you get everybody doing it together, it really starts to blend in and look nice, so everybody's happy about what they draw and did. And plus it gives you a good feeling.
If you work together, you can get a lot accomplished, especially getting this message out.
The involvement of parents in all aspects of the project is encouraged.
I just think it's so important for parents to participate with the schools, to encourage their children to do more positive things and to stay away from drugs. Well, Angela has just become a new person since she's been involved in the arts. It's been a wonderful means of self-expression. She's developed confidence. I'm here today because of her. She insisted that I come and get involved.
I think it's nice when people work together and try to make something up, like something like this.
You get to see the final product, turns out more than you could expect, because in the beginning it's just a little sketch on a piece of paper.
There are many opportunities for parents, family, friends, and others to participate in the celebration of the completed murals.
We did these murals today to tell people about not to use drugs.
Our mural is trying to show that you can help somebody else,
The theme is that when a person can look towards a role model, they can see places that they can head in the future, and that they can realize that if they take drugs, they won't be able to achieve what their role model has achieved.
Public display of murals and community involvement increases the effectiveness of the prevention message. And it's great fun for the students as they take pride in sharing their work.
I think you should put it like at a museum, so where everybody comes to see it, so you could send the messages out.
Somewhere where kids could see it and be encouraged by it.
On our walls around the school, so the whole school would get the message and they could tell other people about it.
Somewhere, where a lot of people are going to see it, especially people who need the encouragement.
You can do it anywhere. You can do it on the side of a wall.
Brainstorming.
We could make one big, giant mural, and if you want to campaign on it, you just tell the whole community to come and just draw your own picture.
My students really enjoyed working on the murals.
As a principal, it's a wonderful experience for our children and teachers to work together on a topic of interest that is very valuable for our kids and for society in general.
Because art is like a visual that you can rely on.
It gives you a picture in your mind.
It makes everything become more realistic. It makes it very visually there. It's something that then the school can see for years to come.
You just need creativity, and everybody has creativity.
It's a natural way to express yourself.
For youngsters today, it's hard to imagine a time when smoking cigarettes was socially acceptable as, say, having a gluten allergy. It wasn't so long ago that people were blissfully unaware, or otherwise ignorant, to the fact that cigarettes destroy your health. Let's take a trip back to 1965 and watch this stylish long-form PSA featuring a particularly stubborn smoker. It's from the American Cancer Society, and it's called Who, Me?
That's me. But to get back to George, you know George, I'm sure. Solid type, 42 years old. Hard worker, pretty shrewd in most things. He's a family man. His wife is a lovely girl. They have 2 great children.
Here he is. Daddy, hi!
You must be tired, dear.
Well,
dinner's waiting.
You should have called.
Come on in, change.
I was worried about
Well,
that.
it's here now. Come on, let's see.
You hungry? In short, our good friend George is a catalog of all the standard virtues. But did you notice that cough of his? Rich, resonant, right from the diaphragm. George has been hacking away like that for years. He's not worried about it, you understand. Not at all. In fact, that's what he's telling his doctor this very moment.
It's only a smoker's cough, Doc.
See what I mean?
Isn't it?
Here. This should give you some relief.
You didn't answer my question.
Smoker's cough? Well, you're a heavy smoker. So by definition.
That's still not an answer.
What do you want me to say? Have I found anything more serious this time? No, I haven't. The X-ray's negative. As far as I can tell, you're all right. But you're pushing your luck. How many cigarettes do you smoke in a day?
Oh, I don't know. 2 packs, maybe more. Depends.
What?
Why? Why not? You just admitted it hasn't done me any harm.
Now who's not answering?
Well, I suppose I shouldn't, but I like it. I like it. I like it. There was a jingle years ago in school. Tobacco something something weed. Dirty weed. Tobacco is a dirty weed. I like it. It satisfies no normal need. I like it. It makes you thin, it makes you lean, it takes the hair right off your beat. It's the worst darn stuff I've ever seen. I like it.
So that's how things are with old George. He's not much on logic. But then who is? Most of us muddle along without logic. Except children. Children are terrifyingly logical.
That's all there is to it.
You're not inhaling.
Well, not every time, of course not.
Bet you can't.
Yes, I can.
I knew it. Let me try.
No.
Please, it's my turn.
Who said? There, how about that?
I think you're mean not letting me.
How long has this been going on?
A couple of times, I guess.
What's that?
I've tried it a couple of times.
You're not old enough to try it at all. The very idea of a 14-year-old boy smoking cigarettes.
Gee, Dad, you and Mom smoke. You smoke all the time.
Don't be flip with me, young man.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
It's not a question of what I do or your mother does. You're too young, and that's final.
Yes, sir. Dad?
Yes?
How old were you?
Why, I was... I don't remember exactly. But I'm sure I was a lot older than 14. And another thing. Don't let me catch you giving cigarettes to your sister. You hear?
He didn't. It's all my fault.
All right, all right. Go do your homework or something.
How old were you?
About 14.
So what's with the heavy father bit? The kid's only doing
I know. But he doesn't have to start so soon.
Tobacco is a dirty weed, isn't it? Say, did you ever hear the other version? My children are a rowdy pair. Never heard that? My children are a rowdy pair. I love them. Always getting in my hair. I love them. Much too silly, much too loud. When they're around, two's a crowd. But still and all, they do me proud. I love them.
You stick that knife in pretty deep.
As far as it'll go.
Too far, I think. Sure, I don't want him to smoke. Not yet. But strictly between you and me, what's there to worry about? After all, I just got a clean bill of health.
That does it. That really does it. Doctor, bring on the mountain.
One mountain coming up.
What is this?
We'll be right over. Come on.
Where are we going?
To see a mountain. Your mountain, buddy.
I don't own a mountain.
You've been building one for 28 years. Is that it?
One load to go.
I'll get it. You explain this.
Well, as he said, it's all yours. Your total consumption of cigarettes so far, George, 500,000.
You're kidding.
I wish I were. And here's the 18,000 you'll knock off this year alone.
By golly, it's kind of impressive. Reminds me of the pyramids.
You're so right. Welcome to the Royal Tube.
Well, it all goes up in smoke anyway.
Not up, George. In. You draw it into your lungs and some of it stays there. You've heard of tobacco tar, the viscous stuff that condenses out of smoke? Well, over the years, you've smeared your lungs with 22 pounds of tar. Go on, touch it. Smell it. Care to taste it?
No thanks.
There are about 500 different chemical compounds in this mess, and at least 7 of them are known carcinogens.
They're what?
They cause cancer. That's one fact. But I've got 1 million of them. The research on this thing has been tremendous. You just can't blink it away. At least the Surgeon General and his men couldn't. 400 pages to support one conclusion. Health hazard. Cigarettes, they said, are a health hazard. Look, where's that big chart?
Right here.
Have you any idea how much cigarette smoking has increased in our lifetime?
Well, the population has increased.
No, I mean the rate per person. This represents the cigarettes smoked by the average adult in 1930. 30 years later, nearly 3 times as many. During the same period, the death rate from lung cancer multiplied by 10.
Now, wait a minute. You haven't shown a connection here. I'm a fact, too, and I don't...
Boy, you are stubborn.
No, he's got a point. It could be happenstance, but not my next fact. Now, we select 3 men out of the general population. The one doesn't smoke at all. The second is a light smoker, less than half a pack a day. And the third is like you, 2 packs or more. Now, George, if you were a betting man, who would you say is most likely to die of lung cancer?
Me, I guess. I mean him, the heavy smoker.
By what odds? Against the non-smoker, that is. 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 10 to 1?
I'll take 3 to 1.
You're way off, George. Even for the light smoker, the death rate is 7 times greater than it is for the non-smoker. And it's nearly 30 times greater for the 2-pack man. The odds are almost 30 to 1. 30 to 1. Sounds hard to believe, I suppose. But not if you remember the 22 pounds of tar that you've been collecting in your lungs. You know, at postmortems, they can estimate with considerable accuracy how much smoking a man has done just by examining his lungs. This is a normal, healthy lung. And here's what it looks like after 20 or 30 years of heavy smoking. Yes, that's what people do to themselves. And here's what's been happening too often. Cancer. But it isn't always cancer, of course. Might be chronic bronchitis, or coronary heart disease, or this. He's a patient of mine. He spends all day in bed trying to catch his breath.
What's wrong with him?
It's called emphysema. The lungs are damaged and swell out of shape. It's hard to breathe. Commonly found among heavy smokers. First symptoms are a shortness of breath and a cough that hangs on. You know, up to now, you've been lucky, George. Very lucky indeed. I hope your son is lucky, too.
My son? I won't let him smoke.
How are you going to do that? Lay down the law? Lock him in the tower? 20 lashes?
I'll talk to him.
It better be good. Out in Oregon, smoking and parents smoking.
Please. No more facts.
Well, what it amounted to was like father, like son. Or for that matter, like mother, like daughter. In other words, if you became a shining example...
Who, me? Stop smoking? Don't you think I've tried? So many times.
Try again. Every bit you cut down helps.
Food will taste better and you'll sleep better. You'll look younger and feel younger, no question about it.
If you stop, there's a very good chance your son won't start.
Hey, turn that thing off. Now that's more like it. My children are a rowdy pair. I love them. Always getting in my hair. I love them. Much too silly, much too loud. When they're around, choose a crowd. I've got to try to do them proud. Because I love them.
I smoked for 25, close to 30 years. I decided that I should stop, but I didn't really have the final push to get me to stop. One day, and I'd been facing this realization for some time, wondering what I was going to do about it. One day in my office, one of my partners, and I work in a group in Seattle, one of my partners brought me a film on another partner, a chest x-ray, and it was quite evident that he had lung cancer. And he was a heavy smoker, and had been for many, many years. He died within the next 6 months. That same week, one of my partners brought me another chest x-ray on another partner. He also had a cancer in his lung. When I saw, and he was a heavy smoker, when I saw that, I knew I had to stop, and I put out my cigarette then, and I haven't smoked since.
I'd been experiencing numbness in my feet and ankles for some time, so I consulted a physician, and after examining me, he determined it was a circulation problem. He asked me if I smoked and how much, and after answering these questions, he simply laid the law down, there shall be no more smoking. So I gave it up.
I'm delighted that I stopped because
It has been a continual mental depression to me to be doing something that I really didn't want to do.
Well, I started in high school. I started because everybody else was, and made me feel terribly grown up.
I can remember well when I started smoking. I was 16, and the reason I did was because my father and mother smoked and my two older brothers smoked.
My children are now 7 and 10, and I don't want them to smoke. And I tell them this, and if I did smoke, they conclude either that smoking wasn't as bad as I said it was, or that I couldn't push this monkey off my back.
Things have changed so much in the last 25 years that when I was 16, we didn't know that cigarette smoking was a threat to one's health.
Like most heavy smokers, I knew in my heart I should try and give up smoking. But I really didn't want to. And it wasn't until my visit to the doctor.
Sure, I had trouble giving it up. I can remember, I have a vivid picture in my mind of sitting at the dining room table one night with my wife and writing checks, and she thought I was going into shock. It was that bad.
When we hear about how terribly hard it wasn't so hard. I didn't have to, eat 2 pounds of chocolate suddenly, or bite my fingernails, or do anything.
I must have tried 20 times, and the 20th one attempt was successful. And at the office, I put candy bars and macaroons in my desk and sneak them out and chew them and so on when no one was looking.
Well, I found that chewing gum, believe it or not, was a great help. You sort of have to have something to do with your hands. At least I found this to be true. And I can't say that chewing gum did anything with my hands, but it satisfied that craving for something.
And yet I think that when one has sufficient reason for stopping, and I've got all kinds of scientific reasons, but 3 real good reasons in my 3 kids. If one has sufficient reason to stop, one can do it.
I found that I could do it. It wasn't easy, but I do feel better, and I'm very proud of myself, and so is my family.
Found it was not as hard if you put your mind to it, really.
I would like to be a moderate smoker if I could be, but I find that I can't.
Then you feel you've got to do it. You want to do it and you're going to have to do it. I think you can.
We think that the only way that we can turn this tremendous incentive to smoke and turn it in the other direction is to work through the young people. I just wish more fathers would have a chance of seeing it the way I did on that one particular occasion when it suddenly came home to me that smoking was no good for me, or for my kids, or for the rest of the people with whom I come in contact.
Next, I present the maudlin tale of an embattled, stressed out, and quite woolly bus driver and the kids who drive him crazy. Everybody in this film is just so drippy. We got Jimmy, who looks like Billy Jack Haynes. He hates his job driving the bus. Then there's Quiet Steve and his emotionless mom. The gist, though, is very timely, especially when you consider how many drivers out there seem to be on their phones behind the wheel. It's going to show you just how quickly things can turn when you're controlling a vehicle. One lousy second, 1980, Pennsylvania Department of Transportation.
Tell me you drive van 22 this morning. Your brakes are unfinished.
All right. When do you think they'll be done?
My afternoon's run.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a kindergarten run today?
Yes, and Eileen, in fact, I have 2 kindergarten runs. Rockaway, Lemont.
Do you have any children?
We have a total of about 60 children. 2 different runs, AM and PM.
10-4, yes.
The 2 together.
Check it out.
Run the 2 together, we can write off the return run, pick up the afternoon.
Afternoon. I have about 50 on my afternoon.
Oh, really?
Right. Take-home run is
That's a
only
few
about-
more than the last year.
Right.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi, Tony.
Well, Jimmy, ready for the morning? Yeah.
Then I go taking around 50.
Sure, I'm glad it's Friday.
Yeah. I have 28 in one group and 32
You know, either the weeks are getting longer or I'm getting older.
I
think you're just getting older. Sure hope that blonde kid doesn't ride today. He stirs up the other kids.
I got one like that. You got to relate to him, Tony. Relate to him.
Hey, listen, I've tried everything. I've listened to them. I've tried reason. You know, just last week the noise got so bad, I pulled the bus over till they quieted down. Didn't take long, but I still caught flack from the coordinator for being late.
You did the right thing.
Well, the coordinator thought so too after I explained the whole thing to him.
Sometimes we got to relate to him in different ways, huh, Tony?
Yeah, right.
Hello? Hello? So, what, did we have any homework for biology yesterday? Hey, Mike! Going to the game? Oh, yeah. Maybe it'll even be good. At least it'll be good for some laughs. Right now, I've been doing so much thinking about the bus. Just not showing up. Is he late? Who cares? Maybe the driver cracked up. Be a shame. Yeah, one of these days, that guy's gonna go right off the edge. He impresses me as the tense kind. You know, no sense of humor. You have to educate him, Mike. Yeah, my pleasure.
Please be careful with the van today.
Mm-hmm.
What time will your car be ready?
About 4 this afternoon.
Not hungry, Steve?
No, I guess not. Man, I wish I had one more day to study. One more day and I'd have it cold.
Well, you've always done well before. But now you better think about going. It's getting late. And weren't you supposed to pick up Arlen and Bill?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I better go now.
It'll work out okay.
Yeah, I'll see you, Mom.
Okay. Hey, we'll see you later, Jimmy.
Thanks, Tony.
Hi.
Hi.
Your car's not done yet.
No.
You're quiet today.
I got a chem test this morning.
Is it gonna be bad?
Probably.
Well, bluff and pray.
Hey, sure, why not?
Did you hear about that new guy, Frank Mars?
No, is he cute?
Oh, is he ever?
Really? What grade's he in?
I think it's a
They
senior.
watered down. I saw him water down spaghetti one time. You know, they put the sauce in. They were watering it down all that stuff. It was all over the place.
Well, did that hurt you at all when you were going out to governor's school?
I don't know. I really don't. But Jerry Tanner used to work at governor's school, and now he's at the state high. So he said he talked to Gaddy personally.
Yeah.
So,
No, I don't know. I don't think I have any problem getting here.
Hello, Mr. Walls.
Morning, Dee.
Good morning, Mr. Walls.
Hi, Mary. Hi.
Hey, Jimmy. Howdy, Jimmy.
I don't know. You're lucky.
We're thinking maybe they got
Hey, wake up. There's Bill.
Thought maybe you weren't gonna pick me up.
Hey, it wouldn't do you the favor.
Thanks a lot. How are you this morning, Arla?
Okay. Except I got a million things on my mind.
A million things. That's a lot of things. You ever have a million things on your mind, Steve?
Oh, well, maybe a couple 100,000, but never a million.
You guys are real cute.
Well, that's what I keep telling you, Arla.
We're sweet, too.
I mean, you're just morons.
Hey, come on, Arla, don't get touchy.
Yeah.
Go to Boston. Did you get me
It's Mike.
What's he doing?
Close that door! Close it now!
Hey, come on, you know what's in. Yeah, big deal. Let him in.
You come around to the front and close that door. You two, up here. Come on. Hold it right there. You sit there, and you right there. You get in here.
Hey, come on, Mike. Hey, Mike, how's it going? What's happening, man? Hey, what's doing here?
Hold it. You are sitting in the back.
Portman's the one that gets me. He should have retired during the Crusades.
He's been here forever. My mother had him.
He must be at least 117.
I heard he was 70.
You know, 65 is supposed to be the mandatory retirement age.
Yeah, but I think they can make exceptions.
Portman's an exception, all right.
Are we ever gonna get there? Talk about slow.
Hey, the driver's doing his best. Have faith in the driver, man.
Catch the way he freaked out on the door?
Yeah, that buzz really made him jump.
6 feet high. Hey, Steve, guess who's coming up behind us?
Isn't that Linda Jenkins?
Yeah.
Don't strain your necks too hard.
Me? Don't worry. Hey, what's she doing?
She's all right. We're the ones that missed the turn.
Hey, Linda, come back! Linda, I love you!
Hey, look out!
Wasn't your fault, Jimmy.
I was really watching. I know that intersection's bad and my eyes were on the road. But that buzzer, Tony, that damn buzzer. It was only a second. One lousy second.
Here we have the dreamy, majestic vision of the wild. It gives us a lush look at America's natural beauty and a brief history of how the Department of Agriculture came to be the caretaker of that beauty. It's very dramatic. But we got bears and other great shots. It's from 1990, Vision of the Wild, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Forest Service Division.
Wilderness, so mysterious, so promising, so dangerous. These forbidding landscapes of the New World symbolized vastness and wildness. They epitomized abundance and fulfillment. Vastness meant space, intellectual and social elbow room. Emptiness meant the possibility of new creation. Wildness meant freedom and release. Through the drama of its changing forms, a national vision was born. It said, "We are the land, and the land is us." Wilderness was the mother of this nation. For our Native Americans, she was a vision of home. But for successive beholders, her land was changed to reveal different meanings. The explorers and mountain men were mystified by its wildness and challenged it. The settlers in search of independence tamed the land and cultivated it. And finally, the builders conquered it. By the turn of this century, an ocean of wilderness had been reduced to islands. Islands in time, surrounded by seas of civilization. Both time and the visions of generations changed the character of these wild places. Even today, wilderness means different things to different people. For those who have touched wilderness, they are islands of retreat from the stress of a modern world. For those who have not, the pleasure lies in knowing these islands of the mind exist. To some, wilderness is pristine, an area untouched by civilization. To others, wilderness is any patch of undeveloped land there for the taking. As our society became more industrialized and mechanical, our connections with nature were looked upon as a matter of national health. space and wildness became the necessary tonic of recreation. The fact that wilderness is here today owes itself to our collective national conscience, a conscience fueled by a need to preserve the vision for future generations. The need for wilderness with a capital W became a national campaign. The contributions of conservation giants such as John Muir and Theodore Roosevelt are well known. But it was the Forest Service that would take the first steps in federal wilderness management. Under the leadership of Gifford Pinchot, its first chief, the agency would play a key role in rescuing these islands in time from the axe, the dam, and the rail. In 1919, Arthur Carhart, a Forest Service landscape architect, surveyed the Trappers Lake area in Colorado's White River National Forest. Instead of developing a plan for summer home sites as he was charged, he was inspired to offer a plan to preserve the area for its beauty, a precedent in Forest Service history. Later, Aldo Leopold, a forest supervisor on the Carson National Forest, wrote a plan to protect our first national wilderness, the Gila in New Mexico. "1929 was the year America's dreams were crushed. Getting a nation back on its feet consumed everyone. But for Wilderness America, the crash was not all bad. Chief of the Forest Service, William Greeley, issued the first regulations protecting primitive landscapes. Later, Bob Marshall, head of the Forest Service Lands Division, expanded the scope of that protection. In his honor, the Bob Marshall Wilderness was dedicated. Today, Marshall and Leopold are respected as the fathers of our national wilderness system. In the late 30s, Howard C. Sennheiser of the Wilderness Society injected a new awareness of wilderness into the American conscience. For him, wilderness was solitude, a romantic adventure, the keys to human health.
The question is on the passage of this bill on wilderness.
Mr. Speaker, I request yeas or nays.
I object. Point of order.
No order. Call the roll.
Sennheiser wrote a National Wilderness Act based on Forest Service regulations. His crusade was to protect wild America from machine America by law. He led a legislative war that lasted 7 years, saw 66 rewrites and endless compromises. Worn out, he died 2 months before the act passed in 1964. The act gave birth to the National Wilderness Preservation System. It protected more than 9 million acres where the imprint of civilization is barely noticeable or non-existent. It directed federal agencies to manage a system that has expanded 10 times its original size. Today, the American wilderness is scattered from sea to sea. Areas range in size from a scant 6 acres at Pelican Island in Florida to well over 1 million acres in Alaska. They contain both the highest and lowest places in North America. Some are visions of giant trees in the enchanted forests of the far west. Some are endless panoramas of snow and ice in Alaska. Others hold visions of the hard, arid deserts of the Southwest. A few are visions of swamplands in the southeast and lakeland forests of the north and east. Each is a living portrait of an America that was. Here we can relive the adventure and challenge that greeted our pioneers. In contrast to the campgrounds of the national parks and forests, wilderness is roadless, resortless, with none of the bare necessities. You enter on foot or by horseback. A few trail markers guide you through their pathways. At times the going can be taxing, but the rewards are beauty, challenge, and solitude. While recreation for our recreation holds an important place in wilderness use, there's something else that makes wilderness significant. It contains unique features of scientific and educational value. Wilderness is a living laboratory. A biologic yardstick used to measure the effects of time and natural forces. Wilderness is also sanctuary for many species of plants and animals that could face extinction without it. For the packer, wilderness can mean a living. For the rancher, it is summer grass for livestock. But whether we depend on wilderness, study it, or play in it, all of us are simply visitors. Our commitment is to leave only footprints and take away only memories. Recent years have witnessed an enormous popularity for the pleasures of wilderness. And because the quality of wilderness is related to visitor use, wilderness must be managed. Some areas are literally being loved to death. Regulations to control use at popular areas keep the system's success under control. Wilderness Ranger Mike Artemiev knows the problems.
We must manage wilderness to protect that traditional character of the wild. Some people have the idea the wilderness area is like a park in the city or like a giant playground. But it's more than that. Wilderness transcends recreation. It's a concept, sacredness and solitude.
I see people coming in on a Friday evening from a busy life in the city with obvious signs of stress. I mean, it's written all over them. They're tight. But once they've been in there for a few days and been able to experience that natural flow of energy from wilderness, then it changes. It gets much more comfortable. Well, the permit system, along with the quota system, has saved the wilderness from just being overwhelmed. It was just too crowded. You'll see a lot of impacts that have occurred over the years that aren't going to change. The ground is packed down like cement. There's no plants growing into the area, or trees have been cut and limbs have been cut off and that sort of thing. People don't realize that food packages nowadays are all foil lined or plastic lined. They throw those things into a fire and the outside paper will burn off, but the foil certainly doesn't. The results were just garbage and a lot of fire pits, which we cleaned up constantly, always. So the pack it in, pack it out idea is working. It's just not working probably as well as it could. There's a sacredness to wilderness. This is special. People have to have this feeling in order to preserve it and to make it last, because it's got to last. It's got to be there 100 years from now, 200 years from now. That's what it was set aside for originally.
I really believe that for some reason we all need the idea of wilderness. And when you get right down to it, the wilderness can survive without us.
To answer the call of the wild within these untamed lands is to realize deeply personal rewards. Today's wilderness visitors pleasurably lose themselves in the inviting disorder of wildness. They are the hikers, the fishermen, and the photographers from cities, suburbs, and farms. Here we are alone. We stand face to face with our strengths and fears. We touch our spirit and see a vision of our abilities and our individuality. To succeed, we are asked to reach deep within to the untapped reservoir of our own resources. Each touches the wild and takes home what is perhaps the final treasure, the ultimate vision in life: peace.
Well, that does it for me, folks. This show's over again. I want to thank you guys for watching. We really appreciate it. And we will see you next time.